4, 3, 2, 1.
And it's live.
Velvet Street to the King Power lights.
We've lived the glory, we've fought the fights.
5,000 to 1. They said no way.
But Leicester City won the day. Leicester till I die. Blue army standing high.
Through the highs and lows,
Foxes always rise.
Rage of scars once more.
Hear the city roar. Leicester never quits the fight. Leicester till I die is right. Leicester, 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 Leicester till I die.
Good evening, sir. How the devil are you?
Yeah, I'm good, mate. Yeah, it's good to be back, isn't it? It is really at the start of the new season, despite it not being a league game. But yeah, no, it's the summer's gone quite quick, hasn't it, with the World Cup? And
It does, and everything's fucking going wrong because no fucking website or arsehole in StreamYard can do anything right at the moment.
well, the thing is, now we're in League One, Chris. The resources we're drawing from the internet to be
Yeah, but
able
I'm
to
on about StreamYard itself is being a fucking pain in the arsehole.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, mate. I didn't realise you were having that many problems. I mean, what can I do to help you? I mean, like, just chat some crap for a minute while you click around. Oh, and we lost Chris on that note, guys. Well, welcome back, everyone. Get your highs and the lows in the chat. Yeah, we're back for a new season. 30 of you in already. Don't forget to do the like and subscribe and all that. And here he comes again, everyone. Watch out. Hello, mate. You're back.
I am. Yeah, I tell you, bloody StreamYard, 400 odd quid a fucking year for this load of shite.
Oh,
Anyway.
mate, well, we're just getting used to doing everything again because we had a few weeks off. I know the friendlies have been happening as well, but, you know, you've got to
Yes.
get back in the swing of things, you know?
We do indeed. I'm going to have to come out, I think, and come back in again. So if you can talk shit for 5 minutes.
Yeah, of course I can, mate. I'll say hello to everyone in the chat a minute, mate, while you go do what you got to do, all right?
Okay, buddy.
Cheers. I'll put the chats on here, guys. Yeah, so welcome back, everyone. New season. Let me quickly put myself big screen there. There we go. That's a bit more proper, isn't it? But nice to see everyone again. Let's say hello. All right, Clibbo, good to see you, bud. Might see you later, I guess, mate. Gray, great to see you, mate. Hope you had a lovely summer, my friend. Welcome to the new season indeed. Kevin's in. Hiya, Kevin. Good morning from Lakeland, Florida. Good morning to you, mate. I always love everyone across from North America, you know, America, Canada, Mexico, even if we do get the odd Mexican in, because you guys are having to get up early in the morning for this stuff. So well done to you. Andreas is in. Good to see you, mate. Hope you had a nice summer, mate. Craig's here. All right, Craig. Good evening. Well, I'm guessing it's evening where you are, mate. And Steve's here. What's the thinking getting rid of votes? Don't really know on that one, mate. Explain yourself a bit further in the chat, and I will. Oh, you probably mean Vietes. We'll get to that in the pre-match, mate. Yeah, interesting one, that, isn't it? And good morning to you, Nate, as well. Can't believe Leicester's back already. It's crazy, isn't it, mate? And of course, higher expectations this year, guys, because while last year we thought, well, we might come down and go back up to the Premier League, right? This year, you got Wayne's in as well. Hello, all. Technical shithouse, sorry. Maybe that's what we'll see from Northampton Town today, mate. Bearing in mind, of course, we had the pre-season match to start our pre-season against Northampton, guys, didn't we? And of course, we took a 3-0 win there. We were 3-0 up after about 22 minutes. A goal from Steffi Mavrodidi on like 6 minutes, and then a couple from Will Alves as well. Both are in the lineup today. We will get to the lineup shortly once Chris has sorted out his technical issues as well. But yeah, interesting one here to see how we'll get on with that. Yes, the goalie we got rid of, wasted by Forts. Yeah, I'll have a quick talk about that as well. Nate saying it's 6 a.m. here. Yeah, it's amazing how many people got from all over the world, guys. And thank you once again for joining us, of course. Probably have a lot more viewers this year because, of course, we're down in League One now. So we're not as, freely available as such, being a Premier League or a Championship team, right? We'll get to predictions in a minute, Andreas, but we have gone for 3-0 to Leicester today. It was 3-0 last time, mate. So maybe I'm thinking we should scale up a bit from 3-0, I mean, it'll be a good indication, this game, everyone, of just how good our pre-season has been, right? Because we started off with a 3-0. Can we do even better? And Ash is in as well. Remember, hi, Ash. Good to see you. Hello, all. Very excited. And well said, great. Imperative, we got promotion. Jay Evans as well. Hello, all Foxes fans. And here he is.
Well, how long for? Who knows? That is the question. Look, before we get on to the team news, which I'm just trying to find now, can you talk to us about, Ben Nelson out for the season? Yeah,
I'll start with Ben Nelson. We had some comments as well about Fran Vietes, Chris, so we can also go into that at some point. But yeah, Ben Nelson, guys, it has been confirmed by Rssell Martin. Unfortunately, that silly tackle that he got involved in, ACL, he is going to be out pretty much for the season, which, of course, at a time where he's entering the last year of his deal, and looking like he probably doesn't want to sign a new contract, it could very well mean we've seen the end of Ben Nelson at Leicester City Football Club, which is a big shame. And when you think as well about the idea of, look, if he wasn't going to sign a new deal, it would have probably been worthwhile for the club to sell him, maybe get a £10 million fee for him. And unfortunately, you could say with what's happened with this, that is literally setting fire to £10 million and letting it burn in front of you, isn't it? So, very disappointing that. And it does raise the question again, which I've been asking for a while, in do we need to go in for some more centre-backs? Because the problem we got as well is the style of centre-backs we have as well. I think Ben Nelson would have suited the style of football Rssell Martin is going to play than perhaps more Suter might. I mean, Suter's still going to be good and looks like he's here and he's captaining the team today. But it does raise that question of will we see some more business happen towards the back end of the squad rather than just the front end of the squad we've seen so far?
Well, of course, we've been linked with his brother again, haven't we?
Well, we were, but then he's also got interest coming from the Championship as well, Chris, a little bit. So it does make me wonder if, the chance, if there is going to be a move that happens there from Rangers for John Suter, might be to a higher level than us. But I guess you could have an association with, with the fact that Harry's here. But there's also the indication as well, look at some of the other signings we've made. When you look at the Connor Chaplins and your Wes Burns, will players choose Leicester over a lower down Championship team because of, a longer term thought process and where we could be going next? So yeah.
And look, I hate to say I told you so, but I told you so. Frank Vietes, what a load of shit we bought there. Everybody was saying, oh, he faced Real Madrid, he played 5 games or something for whoever team he was at, and he happened to face Real Madrid once. And I think they still lost the game or drew the game. He was a load of piece of shit right from the start. He's not played one game in anger, and we fucking paid him off.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable, isn't it? Because when he was signed, I mean, everyone rightly said, well, he's going to be signed as probably a second or / third choice goalkeeper, right? But the interesting thing about it was, Chris, was the wages involved. Because obviously we take the wages from online things like Transfer Market or, these other wage capology sites that are available. So you can't really say they're 100% accurate. But it did look like to me he was on the same wage as our number one goalkeeper, Jacob, right? Which then begs the question, what football club, with all due respect in their right mind, would pay a third choice goalkeeper the £15,000 rumoured a week, right? And then, like you say, didn't end up featuring at all. And you'd argue if you're going to sign a third choice goalkeeper, it would be on a certain wage bracket, wouldn't it? So once again, you look at it and go, well, there's been a deal made here to move him on. He was very much like Yannick Vestergaard, by all accounts, from what we've heard, looking to get himself out of the club and probably go back to Spain or onto a new challenge somewhere else. But then it's bizarre, isn't it? Because sometimes I kind of feel like, when you go down to your local supermarket and you go, I need a tin of tuna. You might as well buy the cheap one, really. There's no difference between buying the cheap one and the brand one. But for some reason at Leicester, we go, no, we won't worry about that. We'll just go to Waitrose every time. Even though money has been a bit of a problem for the football club, especially when you look at the money we've had to write off in transfers, in the last few years, going back to Tillemans and all these people and Suinchu. So, yeah, bizarre one to me, this. But I'm not surprised he's gone.
No, I don't think he should have ever fucking come in the first place. But when you got wankers like John Rudkin, who was at that point looking after that sort of thing, Another great decision, John. Well done. Well done.
Taken
There.
9 minutes into the first watch along for the first anti-Rudkin statement, guys. Welcome back, everyone, to Leicester City.
I'm surprised it took me that long, to be honest with you, but it's true. We probably said, well, we're not paying anything on wages, so let's pay a little bit more on. Sorry, not paying anything on a signing on fee or a transfer because he was free. Ask yourself, why is he free? Because he was fucking shit.
Or he could have been overpricing himself. I mean, Richard's put there, I thought he was on low wages. Perhaps he was, Richard. I mean, I've taken information from a couple of different sites saying different to that. But like you say, we don't truly know, do we? So, we are making a bit of an assumption there. The interesting thing as well is, though, Chris, about it is, I think you saw in the first friendly of the season, like Rssell Martin gave him an opportunity, didn't he, at starting a game, Fran Vietes we're talking about here. But the thing is, again, he's not really a sort of sweeper keeper. So, for what we're looking at, and I think this is why we've gone for Alex McCarthy, because he's probably the best you're going to get on a free transfer or a low transfer fee sort of budget, right? Who can play in that style of way with this high press we're expecting to see under Rssell Martin. So, yeah, he wasn't really going to fit what we were looking to do. So, that's a lot of it.
Should we kind of take a chill? We'll take a chill. My things aren't loading up properly, so I apologise. Are we going to do what I've said there, Tom?
What's that? Make Leicester great again. Let's hope Rssell Martin is making Leicester great again, because there's one thing we definitely need, Chris. We need a manager who's going to come in, show a little bit of discipline to the group, kick out people who didn't really want to be here and all the rest of it. We always joked about it. It's taken me 11 minutes, guys. We needed a Nigel Pearson coming into the season, didn't we? Really sort out. We're back. And Rssell Martin has impressed me so far with just the sort of man he is and what he's been leading by. So, yeah, you know what? Let's make Leicester great again. Let's hope that will be a good first step for us.
It would. Mugga doesn't sound as good as MAGA, but I couldn't get anything else, to be honest with you. Maybe I should have some caps made with that on it.
Maybe we should do some Leicester LTiDtv merchandise. We haven't quite got there yet, have we? But
yes, we have.
Channel...
We have. No, we have got merchandise. It's just nobody's buying it.
Oh. Well, the root phase wigs you got and stuff like that. Which
no. I have a Leicester LTiDtv logo sweatshirts, t-shirts. I've got a sweatshirt. You can have sweatshirt with "How the Devil Are You" on it.
Oh, really? I didn't notice. You should send me one to wear, Chris. Come on.
Do you mean they only sent me one? Anyway, hello everybody in the chat. Sorry, not a good start to the new season. Let's hope it's not a forerunner of what's to come. But before we go on to the team, like we said, look, here's the pre-season we've had. Look, you can't say that that's a bad pre-season, but I've got to say, you can't read anything. I mean, Vitesse started against Coventry in the behind closed doors.
Well, that's it, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is with Rssell Martin is that it's all about the system and the style of play he's looking to put into the team, probably more than just the personnel we put out there, though, Chris, because, it's a more confident version of probably what we were trying to do with Marti Cifuentes in particular at the start of last season. But, Marty wasn't as brave in pushing the team as high up the pitch as what we're going to see with Rssell Martin, right? So, I think it's interesting. I think it has been a decent pre-season. I always find it remarkable to look at other clubs' results by comparison. This is one that might surprise you, Chris. We lost 1-0 to Genoa, right? Did you see the score that Bournemouth got against them? I know they're 2 leagues above us, but did you see?
No, I knew they were playing, and I didn't bother looking at it, to be honest with you.
Well, the final score was Bournemouth 10, Genoa 1.
No.
No, I'm being serious. Yeah. They won 10-1. So, I mean, I'm not sure if that just shows you how much of a departure from a Premier League club we are nowadays, but that is pretty remarkable, isn't it?
I think that is more Bournemouth playing the strongest team they could, probably, and Genoa trying some of their non-first team players.
We'd hope so, because that is a hell of a gap we've got to claw at, bearing in mind, of course, we do have Premier League ambitions at this football club, really.
Yes,
especially how
indeed.
we're running the training ground and all the rest of it.
Exactly. Right. So the team's going across the bottom. Sorry, guys, for taking so long. It's just the Leicester Mercury, as shit as they are, not only do they now put everything behind a paywall, Although, of course, if you do know how to do it, there are ways you can read them without having to pay. I mean, who would pay to read that? Does anybody tell me? Does anybody actually in the chat actually pay to read the stories on Leicestershire Live? Be interesting to see. I refuse to play because most of it is copy and paste anyway. But look, I'm looking at those. Anyway, I've managed to get it eventually. But looking at the games there, look, we can't read too much into it. You posted earlier, and I must admit, it made me laugh out loud. And you said, we beat them 3-0 pre-season, just be so Leicester-like to go and lose today.
You know, it's like that's the concern, isn't it? Because I know technically it's not the start of the season as such, but we're already coming in with very kind of like low vibrations almost. We're just one defeat away from a blow-up here at this football club right now, and that's because of what we've seen over the last 2 years. It's to be expected from us as supporters, right? So, you know, if we were to mess up today, that would really put a real cloud over us going into Notts County. So really today, I mean, we set a bar for ourselves with that 3-0 at the start of a campaign pre-season where, you know, we didn't have the signings, and then, you know, it's about getting used to the ideas and system, right? You've got to look at today and go, you've got to kind of do better than that, guys, you know? And I know then you've also got to consider what Northampton have done. I mean, they got a draw 0-0 with Coventry, I believe, in pre-season, didn't they? Outside of that, they probably won the ones they should and lost the ones they probably should. But there is, of course, the fact they're not a League One team anymore. They're now a League Two team. So, yeah, we've got to look to push on from that. And I think if there's any signs of any regression, Chris, it does immediately raise questions, doesn't it? You know, it's a short-term memory thing for us, isn't it?
Well, I think it is for a lot of fans. But let me tell you this, because and I've got to say it was an honour to talk to him. For those of you that are old enough to remember, he was only with us one season, but Frank Large, we had him as a striker playing for Leicester. He actually played for Northampton on 3 different occasions. They're like he's like their Jamie Vardy, and I was talking to his son, and it was a total and utter pleasure to talk to him. That was on the preview, and you know what? You know, I've forgotten what I was going to say now. Really, we were trying to compare seasons, and it was so similar in everything they'd gone through and to everything we'd gone through, because of course we got relegated, they got relegated. But I was saying to him, and this was what I was going to make, if they go out and let's say they go 1-0 up after 5-10 minutes, that place is going to be like or King Power is going to be like a bloody cauldron.
Well, it is, and it's also one of our biggest concerns with the style of football, right? Because we know what Rssell Martin's systems are like and historically how he likes to do things, and that is that he wants to be pressing high on teams. But teams know that sort of football, you know, comes at them quite a lot, especially when there's a disparity between a team that's viewed as bigger than the other one, right? Normally one will sit back and park the bus and try and nick stuff on the counter. And the concern is, if you do go 1-0 down to a team like Northampton, we'll bang in the same drum of trying to make that possession high press football actually do anything for you, right? I do believe this is why Preseason will be signed in a minute, you know, as a striker. I don't see us predominantly playing with a striker, but I think he'll be a plan B, right? Bearing in mind he's 6'2" and someone you could bring off the bench and chuck balls at. But yeah, no, it is a concern, mate, because that is like the worst case scenario, is trying to play your way through a team that's already 1-0 up, and you can't really do it because they put numbers back, right?
Yeah. Just to say, Cambridge are 2-1 up against Barnet, I think it is they're playing at the moment. Yeah, and I can see, look, we've kind of, he's got a bit of time, Russell, because of the pre-season, but I'm not getting excited because, to be honest with you, when I look at that and I'm looking at the teams we played, I mean, all right, Genoa we lost, you know, Cadiz we nearly lost and we came back. I think was it Malaga? I can't Malaga we played, or whoever we played.
We drew in Malaga, we beat Cadiz.
Malaga, that's it. I was thinking I'm confused. And we came back fighting. But I reckon lose today and they're all going to be, like I say, not only is it going to be a cauldron, but I think they're going to be going against. I don't think the players, I think they'll be going up, you know, they'll be having to go at Martin.
Well, I think this is where a lot of times that people on the outside don't show the understanding of where the supporters are coming from, because I think the club has set this as the environment for supporters to be in. Because if the club had done reasonably well last year, there would be more patience, wouldn't there, Chris? But what happened last year was completely against the story of what the club was trying to do, especially for the investment they put in, and they completely cocked it up royally on every front. And you kind of got to expect it, haven't you? So the pressure is rightly on, But I kind of think as well is, you can't shy away from that pressure and go, oh, look at the fans being negative and all the rest of it. You've got to rise to it. I mean, you are a big club down here, you've got to be able to wear that badge and go out and make sure you're putting in a shift, which was one thing we really questioned last season, was just the desire and the effort and the work rate in particular of certain players, some of which might be playing today, ironically. But I think the good thing is we've seen the new signees come in, and I've heard nothing but good things about people like Wes Byrne and Connor Chaplin in regards to their professionalism, right? Which is a big thing I think Rssell Martin had to do this summer when you look at leadership groups in particular, right?
Yeah, we'll come on to the team in a second, because I think it's actually going to be 4-1-4-1 again, which he seems to have been playing more than the 4-2-2. 4-2-3-1. I wish he'd play 4-4-2. I've got to say, mate, look, we did a prediction league show the other day. And for a while it went off air because I'd used Staying Alive, and I wasn't supposed to have done. But one of us was more hopeful of our results than the other one. Now, I put a thing the other day in the presenters group chat, because, of course, this was something that Steve came up with. We're going to piss the league. Now, I don't know whether I'm actually buying on into that or not, because I don't think it will. I did actually predict that we would finish top. No pun intended there. Let me say finish first. But I don't think it's going to be as easy as everybody says.
No, I don't think I was that harsh. I put us to finish sixth, which was a bit of a halfway house scenario, because I can see it happening. I can see us winning the league. Of course I can. I still have my concerns in particular, Chris, about the defence. That's the hill I'm dying on for this. I'd like to see some more movement in our central defensive partnership than relying on a Coley who's notoriously bad at playing out from the back right. Makes me a little bit worried. Ironically, when we played Northampton in the friendly, Chris, at the start of it, who was the guy that made the pass out from the back mistake that then he scored off? It was a Coley again. So no, look, I'm being a little bit in the middle. I'm also, to be honest with you, slightly lowering my expectations, because we emotionally are really invested in our football club. And oh my God, the last 2 years have been painful, right? Literally just broken-hearted over what I've been seeing happening. And I kind of need to lower my own expectations so that if anything doesn't go to plan this year, I'm not so much of a bloody mess at the end of the season.
I know. And they said, look, we were talking about the crowd then, and they keep going on about let's get behind the team. I will when the team gives me something to get behind.
Yeah, I've always been about that, really. I think it's all well. I think there are times that we can get carried away, and I think any football fan base can, But I think the problem for me last year, Chris, wasn't necessarily, ironically, the relegation itself. It was the manner of it. 3 wins in the last 22 games of the campaign, Chris. And just the effort we saw. I mean, the games I really remember showing any effort in were kind of early doors in the season. And one of them would be the West Brom away game where we got the 2-2 draw with a last-minute equaliser. But they had to work hard for it. And after that game, they seemed to go, oh, we're not up for working this hard, to be able to get a point, and I think that's it, isn't it? Because ultimately, if people see that you're playing and having a go, versus the things we saw last season where we were literally on the verge of relegation against Hull and they were passing it around the back, Chris, with no minutes to go, right? And you think you've got to score as we're down, and just there was no desire to get the ball forward. That just makes a massive difference, and that is the first step of what Rssell Martin's got to do with this team this season. Beyond even the tactics, it is going to be about picking the players who are going to put in that work rate so the fans can actually get behind it.
Exactly. Now, I'm just looking in the chat at the moment. There's a bit of, well, let me just say, there's one player in particular that is causing a bit of hate in the presenters chat. I'll let you guess which one it is there, Tom.
I haven't seen the presenters chat. My phone is going off over it. I'm not looking at it. Should I guess it's either going to be Mavrodidi or Decordova-Reid? I'd say probably Decordova-Reid.
You go for Decordova-Reid, you'd be quite right. And I have to say, what the fuck is he doing on the pitch?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because he's in the final year of his deal. He is definitely someone to be honest, I hope we would have moved on by now, even if it was for, 75 grand and a packet of skips or something, just to get the wage off the books as well, right? But of course, we have got to appreciate the main option there will probably be Chaplin when he's fit, but he's not quite there. Rumour is he'll be back for Notts County next week.
Well, of course, we would play a Cherry there, but our biggest goal scoring threat in the pre-seasons, and they've let him go.
Well, I find this bizarre. I mean, there was a little bit of a discussion about this in the group, the thing for me is, I don't mind the fact he's gone out on loan per se. The problem I have with it is, I don't think it sends a very good message, the timing of it, because he's the guy who gets all the goals in pre-season. You could definitely say that he's been in the top 5 players of our pre-season, alongside the Braybrooks, and the Pages, and the Alveses, right? He's definitely been that good. And then you think, the message basically is, we got you a loan deal to Cheltenham Town. We've got no strikers on the books, but we're going to let you go out on loan, and then we're probably going to sign this guy, right? And I just think when you've got time on your side, and we don't have to register him as because he's under 21, right? I just think, why wouldn't you just hold fire for the moment? Because I complained about this last year. I really felt when Jordan James got hurt, we lacked a dynamic central midfielder in the team. I mean, Hamza, Skip, Winks, way too static to be able to progress the ball in a positive manner. And then we let Braybrook go out on loan a second time in January, and I'm thinking he has shown down there, yeah, okay, it's a step up in quality, but just the style and how he attacks his central midfield positions was something we were screaming out of. And I just hope the club hasn't, cut his nose off to spite his face by letting O'Chair go, because I also think if you're one of his mates in the academy, I think there's a message there of you could be the top goal scorer pre-season for us, and you're still not good enough to play for Leicester, which I think is a bit worrying.
Yeah, I would agree totally. I mean, this guy was knocking them in for fun in the under-21s last season, or whatever team he was in. He scored more in one season than Daka and AU put together. And yet we're going, yeah, you're not quite ready yet, mate. Bugger off and play in a lower league. I mean, I just think it is totally, utterly stupid.
I think if you
But then
sign
that's this club for you.
Well, it's a little bit weird, isn't it? It's kind of like a club that's got, like, obviously big club ambitions, where it's like, well, we're going to manage the youth team and send them out on great loans and all the rest of it. I'd throw the same at Logan Briggs is at Northampton, obviously, as well. He signs a new deal, and he was a Premier League 2 under Player of the Year last year. Got an incredible amount of assists and did a really good job. I just think, what's the point of Seagrave, and putting all that money into your youth academy and your training facilities if you're kind of sending a message to anyone that comes and signs for the academy here that there's no smooth path to get into this first team? It will probably be more by luck than judgment if you end up there, right? Because I just don't think if you perform very well there is a correlation at this football club with you getting an opportunity, and that's a concern for me. That's the only way you battle away the big clubs and their signatures for these players, is by showing, look, if you play well here next season you will be in the first team.
Yes. Do it. No, they don't, totally. Look, Stolarczyk in goal. I think we always kind of knew that, didn't we?
Yeah, well, McCarthy's still not fit yet, is he? I mean, if he'll be back available, no, if he'll be back available for next.
Of course, he's not fit. Why would we, Leicester City, sign a player that's fit and ready to play? Oh, we're fucking stupid.
Well, you say that, but Rssell Martin is very hot on fitness. We know this. So I was quite surprised to hear the Adebayo link with the striker, right? Because Bristol City fans, when they saw him play against Newcastle, said, this bloke is not fit. So I was surprised there was...
What's his full name, by the way?
I'm not. It's like the Welsh town. I can't do it, Chris. Oh, my word. I'll say Adebayo. But yeah, that was an interesting one for me in comparison to the O'Chair thing as well, because you go, why would you sign a guy, potentially, who is unfit versus a guy who's been here and been fit? As a message as well. Yeah, so it is bizarre. But then I think for McCarthy, it is only something minor. He's due back at any time. But of course, with Vietta's going again, it means Stevie Bowser's on the bench as well. So, but yeah, Jacob's going to be a question mark this year in regard to how we're going to play this system, because certain areas of his game he's not that great at, and this is one of them, playing as a sweeper.
I just think one time. Well, look, Chaplin's injured, isn't he?
Well, yeah, he's due back any time. I mean, Will Alves might not have even played today because he was also nursing something, which is why in the open training session he was off training on his own, which immediately sent chills down my spine, because I thought, God, they're going to O'Chair him, aren't they? He's going to go out on loan and we're all going to be completely raging. But luckily, touch wood, it hasn't happened and he's in today.
I just think one day we will sign a player who is fit and can play straight away. you know.
Mm.
But maybe this guy from the City Group is no fucking better than Woodkin was.
Well, we don't know, do we? I mean, this is the problem, isn't
Well,
it?
at the moment, he's signing unfit players.
It's also the thing of as well. We're signing players that you wonder, do we have the money really to do this? We've taken out a £50 million loan again, haven't we? And we think we're trying to sell the club as well, by all accounts. And yeah. I mean, we have reduced the wage budget over 50% with the people going on freeze, which is a good place to start. But I still look around and go, oh, we're still a bit, flush here with money, because part of the reason you probably get Chaplin or Wes Burns is probably because you're going to offer a little bit more than say a Lincoln, right?
Well, yes, possibly. Anyway, like I say, at the moment, my belief in the club, yes, I put them to go up because I don't think we can be that shite again. But I have absolutely no faith in anybody that is running that club at the moment. And my faith for Rssell Martin will depend. I am not giving him any big up for the fact that it was pre-season. Cooper won quite a few of his pre-season games, so I'm not getting too excited. So they've all got something to prove on that. Right, so talk us about the back four then. We've got Joseph, we've got Sutar, Akoli, God help us, and Thomas.
Yeah, it seems about right. I mean, there's been a bit of healthy competition there between, Joseph and Aluka, hasn't there, for that starting right back position. I mean, Koulibaly hasn't really taken that opportunity, but they've also played him out on the right side of midfield a little bit as well, haven't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's good. I mean, we go back to a JJ as number 2 in our squad, Chris, aren't we? We've gone from James Justin to, Joseph, another JJ. So, but, he's looking a very impressive player. He's someone we can really, be confident about, at least putting in a very honest effort as a footballer. And he did a pretty good job last year with Tranmere. Was really loved for them down there. Suter coming in as captain is interesting, isn't it? Because of course we had all this talk about him maybe moving on, maybe he'll go on to Sheffield United and all the rest of it. I mean, the thing is, we still got a couple of years left of his deal, and he must be a model professional because he's never refused to train. He's never, when he's wanted to come, give a transfer request.
Do you mean when you say model professional? Do you is that the same as just doing what we're paying him to do?
Well, this is the argument, isn't it? I mean, you would argue with the environment of modern football, Chris, that a lot of them aren't model professionals, are they? Because look, a lot of them end up throwing their toys out the pram as soon as a move is, linked to them, right? But yeah, no, I mean, I think it's interesting to see him as captain today as well, because Rssell Martin was asked about this in a press conference, and I think he's rightly identified there isn't someone here you could probably say is out and out leadership captain sort of player. It was a problem for us last year, a lack of leadership, wasn't it? It ended up getting passed on to Ricardo Pereira, probably because of the time he'd served at the club, over his qualities as a motivational leader, right? So yeah, it's interesting how he seems to be going down the route of a leadership group, almost trying to spread around that accountability a bit, which is a little bit of a left field idea, but we'll see with Suter with the armband today, and I kind of get the principle behind it, even if it is a little bit unorthodox to just having a normal captain, right?
Yes, yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if you said this. Sorry, I was doing something else at the same time, trying to get the right. Because he's talking about trying different captains out, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and that's basically what I was getting at. Was I don't think there is an outstanding candidate for it. I mean, you could argue there's been qualities in a few players over the summer look like they could do it, but I do think, bearing in mind we've really struggled with leadership throughout the club now, going back a couple of years, I think he's probably got an interesting and good angle there to go. Look, let's spread it around a little bit and try and lift everyone up with this umbrella, right, of leadership.
Now, Skip is an interesting one because he's doing his normal one in the defensive midfield, sat just in front of the four. I had a message this morning from a mate who's a Preston fan.
Oh, yeah.
And he says, "Oh, any truth in this that we are going to be signing Ollie Skip?" And I said, "Well, I've not heard that, but he's been linked with 4 or 5 clubs, so add yourself to the list."
Well, that's it. I mean, the problem's going to be wages, isn't it? Because, we're not in a position. I mean, we did this last year with Wout Faes. We loaned him to Monaco, and it just shows you how lucky he fell on his feet, because we were paying half his wages to be at Monaco, which is just, mind-boggling, isn't it? And it also shows you, unfortunately, the disparity between what players are being paid versus what they're probably worth as well. I mean, Skip's on a long-term contract here. He's still got, I believe, actually 2 or 3 years left. So he's one of the highest, longest contracts we have. I mean, if there was a case where Preston were going to pay the entire entirety of his wage, I don't necessarily see a problem in going out on loan, but we should not be paying half of it ourselves and letting him go. And we should probably look what we were doing before to transfer him out of the club to, get some money in the door as well. But it is difficult, Chris, when his price point is already so high. And of course, the reason Preston are doing it is because they sold Ben Whiteman to Wrexham, didn't they? But we'll see. Yeah. I'm not convinced it's going to happen.
Do you think here that and pay all his wages because he has got the experience?
I don't think we should be allowing any players to go anywhere and be paying parts of their wages off. I mean, it's different if you're buying someone out of a contract like a Vestergaard, I guess, but this is like a 2 or 3 year deal, isn't it? No, I think you've got to, I think for players out of contract at the end of this season, there's a bit more wiggle room, isn't there? Because you'd argue if they're not going to re-sign with us, you might want to get something for them. But I think I think with this, you kind of want to hold a bit of a sterner line and go, we'll try and sell him and get some money in, or or loan out for the entire wage. But I wouldn't be subsidising clubs at this point. I don't think we can be in that position.
No. Also, what do you think of Skip being there?
Yeah, it's okay, isn't it? I mean, like, I just hope with the names we're seeing here, like Skip and Mavididi and Decordova-Reid, that if anything, Rssell Martin can reinvigorate them a little bit. I'm probably one of the few that's can have quite a short-term memory in life. Don't get me wrong, I was not impressed with the majority of them last season, and for the accolades Skip got last season, he was still really only a 6 out of 10 when everyone else was a 5 out of 10, wasn't he? And I think that's to be considered. I think if he steps up this year and goes to like an 8 or 9. And really on his wage, you would say, Chris, he probably should be the League One Player of the Year. That's what he's got to be aiming at, and it's interesting to see if Rssell Martin can get that out of these guys.
It is, and like you say, I mean, he won a few man of the matches, but that doesn't really say an awful lot, does it? Really?
No, not with the standard of football we were seing last year. Like I say, and once again, I know money, it's probably not the entirety of it, but the problem with modern day sport is that money becomes such a big part of it, especially how the game is run, isn't it? And I always kind of have this weird thing I do now. I'm not sure other people in the chat do it as well. I kind of look, is this guy value for money? And that's it's like Hamza Chowdhury. I mean, like, really, for the money he's being paid, he should be in this team, but he's obviously not good enough for whatever it is, right? So that is another concern for me there, right, of wasted wages.
Well, let's have a look, shall we, at the 4 just behind our striker there. I'm just bringing it back up again. I'm still trying to find a stream. So we've got Alves, Braybrook, Cullen and Mavididi. Mavididi not impressed me in pre-season. I hope he goes. Cullen, look, it's early to tell yet. Braybrook and Alves, I love it when they play together. You know that.
Yeah. Keep looking for your stuff, mate. I can talk about this for a minute. So, yeah, we were looking at the 4 across it. I mean, we're assuming Braybrook's going to be in alongside Skip probably here. And Braybrook, obviously, has got that profile of being quite defensively minded, but he's also very good at moving the ball forward. Let me say it now and get a lot of stick for it. He could be a bit like Andreas Pirlo or Xavi. Remember those players, the big ones? I mean, hopefully one day he'll be as good as them, but he's got that sort of vibe about his game. When you look at the 4 in front of them here, it's interesting because there's a bit of manoeuvrability as well. I'm going to assume it's going to be a middle 2 there of actually Decordova-Reid and Alves. And I think Decordova-Reid will be a false 9, Alves will be a 10. You'll have Cullen on the left probably, or Mavididi. Oh, actually no, so Alves as well, haven't we? That's my point. We can basically move them all around a little bit, and Rssell Martin does like his players on the flanks cutting inside of basically being secondary or third strikers, really. The false 9 kind of drops back, right? So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how that one turns out. I'm not convinced of the idea of Will Alves on the right, but I think that's probably where he will start today. So that's going to be interesting as well. But once again, it will all reshuffle around. And I think there is a little bit of luxury in there. The fact that you could say move Cullen to the right, or you could put him in as a false 9 as well. So there's a little bit you can change in game with those players on the pitch.
There is indeed. And look, we've got to talk about him. Fucking Decordova-Reid. Would you have started him today?
No, he wouldn't have been in my team. No, definitely not, because I just don't think there's not been enough there, and you think he's basically going to be leading the line. Yeah, I'm not convinced at all, Chris. And I also kind of in that mindset, like I was speaking to previously about the money side of it, I kind of think, well, he's an expensive backup option, isn't he? Which is really what he's going to be. Because I can see after this game and when Chaplin's fit, it will be Chaplin in there and he'll be on the bench, and we'll. So yeah, no, for me, I mean, I personally would have liked him to have gone, really, but we'll see. We'll see how this one goes.
Interestingly,
Big game.
interestingly, the BBC have got it as a 4-3-3.
Yeah, which is basically flowing into a 4-2-4 maybe as well. Yeah, they all kind of link in that way.
Yeah, they've got the way the BBC have got it is the back four, as we've said. Then the three in front, you've got Baybrook on the right, Skip in the middle, Alves on the left, and the three up front: Cullen on the right, Mavrididi on the left, and Dakova Reed up front.
Yeah, I can see that now. I'm just checking it out as well. Yeah, that looks about right. I mean, I could see it switching up into a 4-2-4, like I said, with Braybrook and Skip, Cullen out on the right, Alves in the middle next to Decordova Reed, and Mavrididi on the left. Watch the game. I think it'll be interesting. I think it will go 4-2-4.
Yes. Interestingly, like I say, Dakova Reed's playing in this one. We'll just have a look at those substitutes a minute. You've got actually quite a few substitutes. No Wout Faes on the substitutes bench.
No, which is interesting, isn't it? Because he once again goes into that category of he's out of contract at the end of this season. He's made it pretty public he doesn't really want to be here, right? And that happened with Vestergaard and Vietes, didn't it? So I'll be intrigued to see what happens there. They've not really officially announced the squad numbers yet, and I'll be intrigued to see if he's officially announced or even registered. Apparently, he wasn't involved with training the last time they were all together as well. So if that's an indication of anything, perhaps we're expecting movement there sooner rather than later, right? Oh,
well, interestingly, they have got squad numbers up on the BBC, but I think it's very much probably from last season.
It is. It's a mixed match, isn't it? Because we still got Riley Carr at 60, Bowser at 61. I imagine they'll streamline that a little bit, won't they? So, but it's an interesting bench because we haven't got an out-and-out striker on the bench, obviously, because we haven't really got one.
No, because we let them go, don't we, being the wank club that we are. Wout is out for personal reasons. Oh, maybe he's in hospital. One can hope. I'm sorry if anybody gets upset about me and my views on Wout Faes. Don't give a shit. I hate the guy. He's a waste of time. He's getting wages under false pretenses. If only. Well, he clearly can't break his leg because if we did, we wouldn't get any money for him. To be honest with you, for me, he's in that same boat as from Fofana, and probably Tielemans as well. He's probably he's on the dock because of the FA Cup, but he's still. I think that was the start of where we started to go shit because we couldn't sell him and we stuck it out with the money. Anyway,
I was going to say, there's been a good point made there. We're stuck in the middle of a transition. I mean, that's something that you could also maybe get a little bit funny about because you kind of go, well, there's been all summer, guys. I mean, it's been pretty apparent certain players want to go. I mean, could we not maybe move one or two on a bit quicker? I mean, our transfer business, if you think about it, Chris, happened the latest of any squad in League One. I'm pretty sure, apart from Bromley, that everyone else had made business happen before we'd even woke up and got out of bed.
It's difficult though because with Leicester, you've got to think, take our financial position into account.
That's true with PSR and all that.
And then you've got to. I mean, do you remember Martin O'Neill? I'm sure you remember Martin O'Neill. Always did transfer business late. There was never anything early as well. And if we get somebody early. And he's proved shit. And we're going, why didn't we get him? Leaving a bit longer, maybe you might lose out, but it also means maybe you'll get the better player. I do love what Gray said there. Phase out because then, no, it wasn't that one. Stuart. Rssell Martin told Wout to cut his hair and he refused.
Well, it's a scary thought for you. Wout Faes is technically already ball-playing defender at the football club and he wants two of them to play this system this year.
Well, if he wants to play with his balls, go off to Belgium and play with them. There's a fight breaking out in the middle of a game here between Cambridge and I'm guessing it's Barnet. I don't know who Cambridge are playing, to be honest with you. What I mean, Bowser on the subs bench. Talk us through the subs bench, mate, and then I'll let you go because you've got to try and find
Yeah, go
a
on.
stream as well, haven't you?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So I mean, that's not unexpected with Vietas going this morning, is it? You know, so Bowser's going to be on the bench. Obviously, he signed a new deal in the summer when he was out of contract. Yeah, interesting bench, isn't it? Because it's very much a bit, I'll say pigeonholey. We got 9 subs for the cup rather than 7 you get in the league. So this bench will be reduced when we get to Notts County next week, depending on other players as well. I mean, Aluko's there, which is good to see. You know, obviously he can play it right back. I do wonder if Aluko might be someone to consider for centre back the way it's going, because we don't seem to be bringing in anyone, do we? And he's obviously quite versatile. He's probably better as a right back, but he's definitely got the manoeuvrability, pace, you know, and physicality to maybe play as a ball playing defender. Hamza's on the bench, as is Koulibaly. Koulibaly's been playing a bit of right midfield, hasn't he, over the summer? So that has been interesting. But we still have question marks over those two and their long-term future at the football club as well. The youngster Neil's going to be there on the bench alongside Page, 2 central midfielders there. I mean, Tommy Neal's obviously scored a goal and looked like he's quite comfortable so far, so he's had a pretty good go of it. So it'll be interesting to see if he gets a run out today, especially when a lot of the attention will be on Louis Page, because he's obviously really the golden wonder kid we got at the moment. Wes Burns does make the bench, which is interesting, so he's got an option to maybe come off and make his Leicester debut today, guys. He'll be a right-sided midfielder for us. Then we've got Tom Watson, the loanee that's come in as well, who can primarily play on the left, but also can play on the right. And good to see Riley Carr there as well, who looked pretty decent in pre-season, didn't he, Chris, as well? Another young and up-and-coming academy prospect. And it's interesting, isn't it? Because we're very much sat here in a position where last year we wanted to see a lot more academy players in the team because we knew what the first team were going to bring us, right? And we were fortunately proven right. So I'm really hoping today in particular we're going to see one of those games where a lot of these youngsters get opportunities go, right, I'm going to put my foot down and put my name in the hat to be in the first team here.
Indeed. Right, so I'll give you 5 minutes to go, have a wee, or do whatever you want and try and find the channel. If anybody does find out which Sky Sports Plus channel it's on, please do let us know. And of course, put it on the TV, turn the sound down, and then you can listen to us and join in with us. Righty-ho, let me do that. There you go. Tom's gone. There we go. He'll be back soon. It's the first watch along of the season. But first, I'm going to ask you to do something for me.
Like it, share it, subscribe today, hit that bell and join the team. LTiDtv.
Please do that. It's all free and it all helps the channel. So it is the watch along. It is the first round of the Carabao Cup because we have fallen so low in the league. That's where they've got us at the moment. Round 1, bloody hell. And of course we've got, is it still the Johnson Paint Trophy? I have no idea what it is. We're in it, whatever it is, it or some Pizza Hut trophy. Oh, I have no idea. And as Gray says there, thank you very much, Gray. All new peeps, absolutely no spoil. Anybody, new or old peeps. No spoilers, any hints you're gone and won't be coming back. No other scores either. Thank you for your support. Nope, we do all this as we allowed 1 or 2 to slip through in the pre-season, but we'll hopefully have the clock up today, so you'll be able to see where we are. And because everybody's internet or TV or Freeview is all set at different times or different signals, you could be ahead of us, we could be ahead of you. You go by our timer that's going to be in the corner. So please, whatever you do, remember to stick to it. And thanks to Gray for doing that. So, are we going to make Leicester great again? That is the question. That is the question. Are we or aren't we? And how important do you think this game is in the great scheme of things? Oh, I'm just going down here. It's showing me all the different matches now. Whoa, this is getting quite exciting. Don't know what that one is. Oh, yeah, that's Rangers, Middlesbrough. Stoke. This is exciting. This is exciting. No idea where Leicester is, to be honest with you. Burnley playing Notts County today. Everybody get your predictions in. We've forgotten about that in all the excitement of being back for the watch-along. These are all over the place. Not even in alphabetical order. What's that one here? I've no idea who this is. It's the Carabao Cup, though. Yes, we do know what we're doing. It's certainly Bradford City. Manchester United link. Burton are playing Blackburn, so I don't know who was playing Cambridge in that first game. Do bear with us. 5-0 Reed hat trick. I'll have a pint of whatever you've been drinking, sir. It'll take me about half an hour to go through 100 channels, but here we go. That's not Leicester either. That's West Ham. And now it's taking me all through them again. Well, who knows? Who knows who we're playing when we're playing it? Sky need to put a thing up here on Go. Who we're playing? Who's playing on what channel? That's Swansea. Three 0 Nate. Oh, 3-1 Paulo. Oh, hang on. Oh, no. I can see a Walker's Crisp shirt, and I can also see a FBS and a BC game. I found it, everybody. Panic over. I found it. 3-0 to Nate. I suppose just bear with me. I've got to plug this in just in case. If you saw my bottom, that was my better view, by the way. Oh, bloody hell. Come on. What the bloody hell's going on here? Look at this. Trying to sort wires out. It's like trying to put a bra on. Apparently, allegedly, just in case anybody wonders. E-bar gum. Stick it up your bum. Thank you, Gray. I think it's 41 if anybody is trying to find it themselves. Could be a while here, everybody. Don't know if Tom is back yet. Let's have a look. Are you back, sir?
Well, I kind of am, but I'm kind of not, because I won't know till 3 o'clock if I'm okay or not, mate, to be honest. So you might have to, but you're all right, so that's good news for everyone, isn't it?
Well, I am, but I can't listen to it at the moment.
Oh, no worries. Well, I better put my prediction in, hadn't I, before I disappear? Because I might run off to grab a drink as well. I'm going to predict 4-0 today to Leicester, everyone, which is quite positive for me for a guy who predicted us to finish sixth this season in the league table, right? So yeah, I'll go
Well,
4-0.
I'm going to go the other way because like I say, I did the preview yesterday. Oh, this is just fucking ridiculous. How do wires get this crossed when you've got them hung up?
No, it's the IT fairies that live in your flat, mate.
It is. It's they do this with the Christmas lights as well. The Northampton gentleman, he went 1-1 and penalties because of course there's no extra time.
Oh, of course, yeah, but I mean, let's hope that doesn't happen. If Northampton go 1-0 up, I'll be quite worried though, and that might very well be a possibility, mightn't it? But
It
there we
might
go.
be.
I think
It
I'm all
might.
right, Ben. Appreciate that, mate. I saw what you were putting there. I think I'm all right, mate. It's just certain. Got to wait a minute here. But Chris, I'll run and get a drink, and then I'll type in the private chat how I'm looking when it kicks off. Is that all right?
That is fine, sir. That is
Thank
fine.
you very much. Cheers, guys. See you in a minute.
Who's going to win here? Who's going to win? Teams are coming out. Who is going to win? Is it going to be man or is it going to be wire? At the moment, I'd put my money on wire, guys. How do these things get so bloody messed up when you actually have them? Oi! Hang on. Here we go. Here we go, guys. I am undefeated. If anybody remembers that James Bond thing, I am indestructible or whatever. This is live, guys, by the way. So, Leicester City, about to kick off. Like I say, if anybody wants to watch it on Sky, it's on number 4. Well, it's now stopped. Here we go. Here we go. Announcing the Leicester City team. The man with the trumpet. I mean, that. What does everybody think about this post-horn gallop? I mean, what? Please. To me, it's a total. I think we should forget it. But that's just me. Right, let me. Give me 1 second, guys. Yeah, okay, no problem. Thank you. Lady from opposite just coming and giving me her money. There we go. We're ready to go. So, Northampton Town in their away strip, which is basically white top, white shorts, white socks. So I'm going to go. I didn't put my prediction in. I'm going to go 2-1 to Leicester. Very, very tight 2-1. And it is. I know, Wayne. I mean, it's so. I mean, we come out to that and they're now doing When You're Smiling. 2 fucking boring songs. No wonder we're depressed. Right, Northampton to kick off. They are kicking from right to left. They're in all white. And let's hope it won't be all white on the night for them. Leicester City playing from. And we kicked off. We have kicked off. So Leicester, like I say, all in blue, playing towards the family end. And they will be playing, obviously, towards the Kop in the second half, which they like to do. So, So, oh my goodness, no! Oh my God! That could have been 1-0 to Northampton. Wow. 40 seconds in, and Northampton should be 1-0 up. Harry Saunders intercepts a pass inside City's half. Well, just outside the box, actually. And should he? Well, he had an empty net. That, oh my goodness. Wow. I mean, that would have been deja vu from last season, wouldn't it, guys? I mean, Saunders, well. So Coley back to Solarczyk. It's a very, very, very empty stadium. I'm presuming that have they actually opened the Kop end? Because there's nobody, I don't think, in it. I know. Another fine mess you've got me into. Yeah, and the shirt numbers don't. They obviously haven't gone to release the new numbers yet. Jaden Joseph wearing number 2. I think they just dished them out today. We needed it, Ben. We needed it. So Leicester have the ball on the halfway line with LTiDtv. It's going to be one of those days today, I think, gentlemen. Where we keep freezing. How the hell, honestly, I don't know how Northampton missed that opportunity. I really, really don't. So, Braybrook. I'm excited to see him this season along with Alves. And he goes all the way back to Stolarczyk, who was way out of his goal, to be honest with you. Then my pen decides not to work. You know, I have a feeling it's going to be one of those days today. None of these pens work. Oh, I see. When did big pens or these big when did big pens start coming with covers on the end of the nibs when they've got actual caps on? Anyway, it's a first corner to Leicester on this right hand side here. Oh, the goalkeeper came for it, didn't make a very good job of it, and it's spun off him and out for a corner on the other side. A very exciting first 5 minutes here. Corner came in, the goalkeeper came out, got his hand to it in fairness, but just put it out for a corner on the other side. So, corner on the far side, left hand up. From Braybrook, I think this is. Right, footed into the box. Headed on. Oh, headed on, but no Leicester player on the end of the heading on. It's a lot. What is happening with the Leicester defence here? Northampton will probably be encouraged by this. What minute are you on, Tom? Oh, now then, they're coming away. Bear with me. Northampton here. Looking they're more likely, I've got to say. Oh, it hit the back of Suter's heel.
Yeah, I'm slightly ahead of you, bud.
Oh, you're right. Can you pause yours and go to my time?
Probably not without losing it, but do you want me to lead it and do you want to follow perhaps? Or would you like me? It's up to you, mate. We're obviously improvising.
No, because the clock that we've got up is me, so we're going to have to go with that because I can't alter the clock. That's the pain with it.
You lead, mate. You lead, and I'll have it in my memory bank. Don't worry. All right.
Yeah, you can be the co-commentator here. It goes all the way through. What a really heart attacks from the start, wasn't it?
Well, this is going to be the high press, isn't it? You know, and this is what Northampton are going to be well drilled at. Because don't forget, they've obviously had this game against us already to see what we're going to do, right? And as you can see, a lot of the players trying to play through a congested middle. And Northampton, if they're picking the ball up, guys, trying to break quickly against us, right?
Yeah, I mean it was such a bad pass, but it's Mr. Archick now playing it again out from the back. We've got to get used to this season, haven't we? Just over 8 minutes gone. I've got to say the away team are looking up for it at the moment. We're going round the back.
Yeah, once again, a little, not as much effort perhaps as getting the ball forward as we'd like. I mean, if we're talking about this sort of system, though, Rssell Martin has said, you know, if we carry it through or not, he said he'd like to see some incisive forward play, right? So, but you do wonder, Chris, and we've been playing this sort of style going back a few years now, if it might have been time to refresh the whole wheel a little bit, just to try and get out some bad habits, which would be including overplaying at the back, right?
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether this is a 4-1-4-1. LTiDtv tries to play one forward there. Nice little touch from him, but he got cut out. It's a Leicester throw far side, just inside the Northampton half. Empty stadium today, by the look of it.
Yeah, I guess not to be too surprising almost. I mean, of course, this one wasn't included in your season ticket, was it, as well? So it'd be interesting to see, well, for our next home game, what it looks like with those 23,500 season tickets having been sold. But yeah, you know, I'm not overly surprised, Chris. You know, unfortunately, this is a thing of football.
Yep, no, you're quite right. You're quite right. I mean, it is the first game, and I suppose we've not got too much to sort of, or you shouldn't be sort of too over choice. You know, we shouldn't be too expecting too much, maybe. I mean, I think it might actually help us having this game before we actually kick off the season.
Well, it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? Because you have a comfortable win here. Maybe, you know, the thing that I worry about with us as a football team is sometimes we seem to think the job's done a bit early. One good performance, and you think, oh, wow, we're going to walk this league, or there's been a few attitudes like that, hasn't there? So I hope that's not the case, Chris.
BBC have come up and now they've got us as a 4-1-4-1. They've now got Alves on the right, LTiDtv on the left. Braybrook and Cullen behind Dakova Reid, who I believe Dakova Reid's on the pitch. Can't say I've actually seen him do anything yet. Interestingly, Northampton Town have gone for 4-2-3-1.
Yeah, which is what I expected a little bit as a matchup against this. It does look to me like the front unit are playing as more of a 4. So I do think it's 2 attacking midfielders behind 4.
Yeah. Wayne, I think you've been a bit unfair to Sutar there, to be honest with you. I think Sutar is probably, of all the centre-backs we've got, Should be your first name down. I'd have him start over Nelson.
He's probably the most intelligent centre-back we got at the club. When we talked about the things that Yannick Vestergaard might be good at, his positioning was probably one of the only things you could say he got right more often than not. But yeah, so Suter's good at that stuff, but you do get concerns about the pace.
Thomas down to Mavididi. Mavididi cutting inside, as he always does. Cavadi holding on to the ball. Finally, actually manages to pass it. It's now with Joseph. Joseph plays it out to this side to Alves. Stops around the ankles. Turns. Lovely turns from Alves there. He plays it back now. Suter. Oh, Mavididi. Fuck off, Mavididi. I think he got a throw in. He was very lucky there. He took his eye off the ball, but he managed to play it off the cobbler player.
Yeah, interesting to see how we're doing this, because I'm seeing the full-backs, the right back and the left back. There's one normally going down the flank and one's normally coming into the central midfield, which is quite Enzo Maresca-esque, Chris, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Noticing Joseph is coming into midfield quite a lot here, central midfield.
Did you see his shirt pass? Oh, his shit pass.
No, I saw it, yeah. I'm seeing the similar thing I was expecting a little bit, and that is when the ball comes out wide, we're lacking that little bit of penetration, that run in the final third. But we have got numbers up there. It's a case of just being a bit more intelligent and also a bit more decisive and not allowing the game to get past you a little bit and them to get back.
Alves gets the free kick there. I've got to say, when it gets to the wingers, again, playing back.
Yeah, playing.
Alves had the ball and played it back.
Yeah, taking the easy option to retain possession, isn't it? Rather than maybe gambling on a 50-50 ball a little bit, which I think we need to do more of this year. And just because I think it helps our energy levels as well, Chris, to play in that manner.
Again, a very bad pass there that had to be stretched for. Akoli, though, plays it forward. Skip. Running with the ball out to Mavididi. Mavididi plays it back to Skip on the far side. Just inside the Northampton half. Now it's gone back into the Leicester half. Going through ball here. Oh, it's a ball into the box! Oh!
Bit more like it there. Will Alves coming in from the right-hand side, guys.
Alves was unlucky. I think the guy got to it first.
He was, yeah, but that's what you want to see, don't you? You want to see that ball in towards the back post here. We're going to get a corner now, guys.
Yeah. Playing back isn't going, and playing at the back is not going to win you games.
No, you got to take those gambles. That's a bit more like it, you know, especially when you got the opportunity for a deep cross there.
It was a good ball in, and I think it was Thomas. It's a corner now on this near side. And Thomas is going to be the one taking it. I still think he's one of the better crossers of our ball, Luke Thomas. Left-footed now. Corner on this near side. Both hands go up. Left-footed in. Goes to the back. It's in! It's in!
Back post header. Caleb Akoli.
1. Was that Suter?
No, it was Akoli at the back post. Good job from Akoli.
You were saying how good he was at the start, weren't you?
Well, if he wants to score us 10 goals this year from set pieces, Chris, that'll be a bonus of what he did last year, won't it? Yeah, but 1-0 Leicester, guys. We're there. 1-0.
We're off. And
Go! Back of the net.
we didn't get a chance to play that much last couple of seasons, have we?
No, mate. I even forgot we had it as a goal horn. But you know how hard it was for me, having seen that go in a minute before you called it, to stay quiet.
Well, remember, no spoilers.
Exactly. I'm leading by example, guys, in the chat, and thank you, everyone. But yeah, well said. We scored from a corner. Nice one. You're going to need to do this in League One with teams parking the bus. Got to be good at corners.
Yeah, no, well, this is it. This is it. How often? Well, we've got rid of our the the shite set piece coach. You try saying that when you're down in your Magnus.
Yeah, hasn't he gone to like Atletico Madrid or somewhere? He's gone somewhere quite big, hasn't he, as well, Andy Hughes, hasn't he?
Said what, sorry?
He's gone to quite a big club as well to be their set piece coach. I can't remember where it is. Google it, guys, someone for us. But Andrew Hughes has moved on to another quite big club. So I don't understand it because set pieces last year were just terrible, unbelievably bad.
Mind you, I suppose, when you're trying to build a sandcastle with dry sand, it's all going to always collapse, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit, Chris. Some nice football going on here from Leicester, though, as well. We're not resting on our laurels, guys. Still got them pressed back here a bit, Chris, haven't we?
Braybrooke here. Stands on it, waits for it. Joseph. I've played it through, but nobody was on the same wavelength as him. Guys,
Nice.
don't you like the new scoreboard with the clock going on there?
Yeah, it looks nice, doesn't it? Nice to see that ball played quickly, Chris, there, even though it didn't go to an intended target. I mean, that's what you need to do more of here, isn't it?
Yeah, Joseph wins the ball. Braybrooke gets the ball. Skip now. Thomas out to Mavididi on the far side. Oh, I was unlucky there. Thomas tried to play the ball back through to Mavididi, but it might have been a handball there, and it goes all the way back into our own half, and it's with a Coley.
Good time to get a goal from a set piece there, Chris, because it's giving them encouragement. You can see in their feet a little bit to be a bit braver now, which is good.
Thank you for your kind words, Gray, by the way.
Yeah, sorry, Chris, I keep talking over him. The movement's looking a bit better since the goal as well. They're looking a bit more vibrant up there.
I think it's just calmed us down, hasn't it? It's it's the advantage of being on top, I guess, isn't it?
Well, that's it, exactly. But also just finding that little bit of swagger in it, because I think earlier on we were doing a good job of just holding the ball and, trying not to make sure we got ourselves too caught out. But yeah, no, I think it's lifting, and I think they can take some more confidence now. Will Alves is looking lively, isn't he?
He is. I just hope him and Braybrooke can keep themselves fit.
Yes. And also, I hope there was a rumour this week that someone from the academy is going to be signing a new contract this week. Please let it be Sammy Braybrooke. He's only got 1 year left. I'd hate to see him go in a similar way to Ben Nelson. I think he's got a big future.
I mean, with these kind of youngsters, would you say, look, and they're thinking like, well, to be honest with you, Gov, I think I might be better than Leicester now, which is fair enough. And they say, well, all right, sign a new contract and we'll put clauses in it that if an offer comes in here for so much or an offer comes in for so much, we've got to let you go. Surely that's better. I mean, that's what Harry Maguire did.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but it's always going to depend on the type of person as well, isn't it? And also, more importantly, what type of agent they got, isn't it, Chris? Because if the agent just wants to get himself a nice payday, he could just look at, well, if there's Premier League clubs looking at someone like a Braybrooke, perhaps we just tell him to hold fire and we get the money later on, right? So, yeah, we'll have to see. Hopefully, it depends on how much they like Leicester as well.
Thomas with some good... not Thomas. Alves, I think it was, with some good defending there.
Yeah, got back really well, didn't they? Some interesting passing in the middle, but it's interesting.
Now we lose the ball again. And Alves again comes and gets it. Oh, a lovely ball out from Alves now. Skip. Oh. Cullen there. He fell over himself.
He did, yeah. It was a good opportunity for us to have a rare counter-attack, but I like that rather than us just holding on to the ball there and letting Northampton get back. Northampton very rarely going to get opportunities to go forward, but I like what we did there and going, can we do this quickly? And yeah, shame we couldn't hold on to it there in the middle, but nice idea.
I've got to say as well, there was some good, all positive, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, I can't think. Positive scores in the chat while you were away. And in fact, there was a 5-0 in there.
Yeah, but I mean, you kind of got to aim for something like that, haven't you? Because you'd like to see progression from where we started the pre-season, wouldn't you? I mean, hey, look, winning the game's winning the game, and that would be nice. But, this is not the standard we're going to be facing the majority of this season. You've got to take that into account with, when you think about performances versus results, right? So the performance has got to be raised here because we're going to need to grind out some decent results. And I'm just delighted the first goal's come from a corner, Chris.
Yes.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. Was it a bit of an eggy goal?
What do you mean by eggy? What does the word eggy mean? Someone farted in the penalty area and all trying to run away from him? I don't quite.
No, scrambled.
Yeah, but that's part of it, isn't it? I mean, I'm very much of the mindset that football should be a little bit, physical, especially in the penalty area for corners. But nowadays, certain referees don't allow you to get away with anything, do they? But
No.
Cody, to his credit, he is a big unit, and I mean, like, if you had a defence where you were playing a deep line, I think Cody's a really good player for it. So if he can maximise that part of his game and be a real physical presence in the opposite end of the pitch for us, then that's a bonus, isn't it?
It is. Right, let's just go through some scores here for you guys. It's half-time QPR 0, Millwall 0, Cambridge United 2, Barnet 1. And we've got Norwich 1, MK Dons 0. That was a goal after 1 minute. Derby 0, Lincoln 1 after 3 minutes. Grimsby 0, Blackpool 1. Norwich 2, MK Dons 0. I think we can see the way that's going. Swindon 1-0 up away at Cardiff. That was an own goal.
Oh, that's a surprise.
Altrincham 1, Southend 0. Forest Green 0, Halifax 1. Millwall have gone 1-0 up against QPR. Burton Albion 1, Blackburn 0. Fleetwood 1, Chesterfield 0. Reading 1-0 up against Bromley. Leicester 1-0 up against Northampton. Just thought I'd throw that in. Why not? Peterborough 1-0 up against Bristol Rovers. Lincoln 2, Derby 0 now. So Derby are 2-0 down. That's a surprise.
Well, it's a sort of week about when the cup is taking place before the league. A lot of clubs could develop a mini complex a week before the season starts. And you look at Blackburn losing at Burton and Derby losing at home to Lincoln. They're two examples of that, aren't they?
Yeah.
Good game so far, though, guys, really. You've got to say, I mean, Leicester have generally done the majority of the pressing here. Northampton, 1 or 2 moments they've tried to get through, but they've not created any danger on the goal yet in particular. And, yeah, I mean, I think we're gaining a bit more confidence as this goes on. I'd just like to see us take the handbrake off in the final third a bit more.
Yes, no, I agree. Since the goal, I'd say we've not played it around the back as much.
No, and I think that's important. I think that's something Rssell Martin will be saying to them as well, because I think it is important to, do that. Well, saying that, what was that chance from Northampton? Was that a lot earlier on? Did I miss that one? The one where it was passed across the back and it went.
Yeah, that was the 4 seconds.
Oh,
40 seconds.
Oh my goodness me! That's when
40 seconds.
I just saw that come up and I was like, "What is going on here?" I didn't even remember.
Oh, hang on, we're having a hydration break.
Yeah, I'm about 2 minutes ahead of you, Chris. I just worked out. Yeah, because I was going to say it and I thought I better not say it yet. But yeah, no, hydration break. Once again, staying on from the World Cup.
What do you think? I mean, it's not like it's hot like it was in Mexico or anywhere, was it?
I've been intrigued to know before Christmas time they're giving out cups of coffee rather than just water.
No, Bovril, if you don't mind. It's going to be Bovril.
Yeah, gotta be Bovril, that's fair enough. Yeah, I don't see the point in putting it in the Football League, personally. I get it in a World Cup where you're playing in, decent temperatures. But even with that, a lot of the stadiums they played in were indoors with air conditioning.
Yes. But I suppose if you're going to do it for one, you've got to do it for all. That's the thing, isn't it?
You can argue both sides of it.
Because, it's like, if we're doing it and then Derby didn't do it, Derby might say, well, of course Leicester were winning. They had a hydration break. We didn't get one. Do you know what I mean? But
no, I get that. Yeah, I get it. I think there's things we're overlooking as well that might be a good reason to do it. Like, you think about players and, their health and stuff like that.
And, of course, you've got to think as well, guys, putting my Greta Thunberg hat on here, global warming. It's going to be like this every summer now, apparently. But anyway, the players are coming, well, say back out. I think if they're going to do that, they should actually do it on the far side, or as I said, in their own goal area, and the managers, coaches, whatever you want to call them, not involved in it.
Well, you could do, but the problem is then you've got to make sure you've got all the drinks behind the goal before the game starts, haven't you? So, yeah, I mean, it just creates more time.
That's not hard, is it? To put a couple of things down with drinks in it.
Oh, in fact, I'm a goalkeeper. I'd have got fiddly with their water bottles there behind my goal for a laugh. I'd have started pouring them out.
Well, as you're a goalkeeper, answer me this then. As the Northampton goalkeeper's about to take a free kick, Answer me this. Why does the goalkeeper have to have a water bottle? Because, let's be honest with you, half the time he's just stood there. He's not exactly wearing himself out. And all he ever seems to have a drink is when they concede a goal. Oh, conceded a goal, I'll go and have a drink now.
I think it's just one of those things that because it's there, because you've got the option to have one, you take the decision to have one, right? So, yeah, I think it's just one of those things over time that sort of happened. Of course, you get to penalties, you've got their names of the penalty takers written on your water bottle half the time, don't you? But
you do. Good defending there by Suter. They're working their way through towards the goal, and Suter, I think is it? Wait, I thought it was a corner. They went over to take the corner, but no, it's a goal kick. There we go,
Yes.
taken quickly by the defenders, the Coley.
I was surprised he didn't sort of shut him down a bit earlier, really. I mean, he did a good job all in all shielding him out, but he allowed him a lot of time in the penalty area there to get onto the board, Northampton striker, didn't he? So, but yeah, no, we
I think it was Thomas, though, wasn't it, that was on to him first? And then Suter was a backup, I think. And
yeah, it's just interesting because it was sort of like shielding him out a little bit. But then Northampton didn't commit players in the second phase of that lot either, did they?
yes.
So.
Oh, now Mavididi on the run. I think the defender got to it first, played it back to the keeper. Cardiff have got a penalty and equalised against Swindon. It's Cardiff 1, Swindon 1. That Derby Lincoln is interesting because, of course, Lincoln got promoted to the Championship this season.
They have, yeah, and Derby will be looking to push on from coming close to the playoffs last year, won't they? I mean, the Championship's a fascinating league, isn't it? In a similar way to League One, you can't quite call how it's going to pan out, can you? But Lincoln will be encouraged by that because they're obviously heavy favourites to go back down.
Yeah. Ben, I've got to say, 29 in Ireland. Is that good for the potatoes? I'm sorry. That's very, what's the word?
Un-PC, I guess. Is that right?
I don't know, stereotypical. Sorry, Ben.
We embrace culture by poking fun of it on this channel, I think would be the way to describe it. Rather than
Alves! He keeps hold of the ball. Bloody hell.
Yeah, 2 players on him there and did a good job to hold possession there, but couldn't find that through pass, could he? But he's looking
But he did find the pass. Then it went. They lost it. Well, we lost it. Then they lost it, and then they've got a free kick now.
You're talking about players that look comfortable on the ball. Will Alves looks the most comfortable to me so far. I think he looks very good.
Such a natural. I just hope they don't play it out of him. And this is what you see quite often in when you got somebody with a bit of talent.
This is it. And also playing him on the right, I'm not convinced that. I mean, I think it's funny it probably shows how much Rssell Martin likes him, the fact that we're playing him in not his natural position over anyone else that we could choose for that place, right? But I'd much prefer him on the left or as a 10. Much prefer one of the
Although
two.
he was on the right a lot pre-season.
Yeah, he was, but he's never played there. So I find it a bit odd how they've made that decision, really. But we'll see what happens with that long term.
Maybe if Mavididi goes, then he will move over to the left.
Yeah, but then you could also play Mavididi on the right. I mean, would that be any better than what we've seen? Probably not, to be honest.
No, to be honest with you, he's shit wherever you play him. Just to say, full time at Cambridge United, it's Cambridge United 2, Barnet 1.
Yep, good start to Cambridge.
Again, there with the ball, old Alves.
Yeah, he came back there once again and did a lot of running back there and got back towards the right back position to cover off as well. So I'm liking what I'm seeing with regards to how he's carrying the ball. Also the fact that he's making extra mileage across on the pitch. That's really good of him.
It is interesting to... Oh, now we're giving it away. Decovery gave it away there. Typical.
Yeah, I've not really seen him so far, but I've called him the ninja, haven't I, a lot of times last season, Bobby Dackle-Overeed. You don't notice him, but he doesn't seem to turn up with anything as much as you'd like him to, unfortunately.
And Cullen as well has been quite quiet.
Yeah, interesting that, isn't it? I mean, there's a lot of options up there, but it's interesting to see how it's either been Mavididi or Alves so far that's really been... It's been right on the flanks. We've really seen, the ball so far. Nothing much through the centre, particularly.
No. Well, it's a corner to... no, it's not. It's a throw-in near the corner flag.
Yeah, a little flurry from Northampton. They're trying to push on to us, but we did pretty well to keep it out and just put out for a throw-in.
Oh,
Did you say to Swansea? Did you say to Swansea? It's Northampton, mate.
Sorry?
I thought you said to Swansea, and I was thinking we're in the wrong league, Chris. It's not Swansea anymore.
Probably. I tend to go off shirt colours, so I may have said that, but makes you wonder what would have happened if we played this team last season.
Well, we were saying it. Well, I always joke back to like we pretty much jinxed the season from pre-season when we saw the academy team play against Leuven and said they look like they're playing with more energy than the first team, and look what happened.
Yeah. So Leicester have it just inside their own half, playing it backwards across the back four. Coley now from Suter. Coley's on the left, Suter's on the right of those back two centre backs. Joseph now with the ball, plays it across, and it goes to Suter. So we're going nowhere at the moment.
Interesting. It's a fine balance, isn't it, between holding the ball and trying to get it moving a bit.
Do you sort of say, well, we're better holding it until we see a break on? I mean, Ray Wilkins, one of our best midfielders, he was always nicknamed the Crab, wasn't he? Because he played it across the middle. But as he said, if we've got the ball, they can't score.
Well, that's it, exactly. And I'm sure there's two things.
We've lost it again.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, I think it's two things being true at the same time, isn't it? I mean, I personally, it's half an hour gone, isn't it? It's 1-0 to Leicester from a set piece. I would like, if I was the manager, I'd probably put a little bit more pressure on the central midfield to try and be a bit more dynamic second half, a bit more braver, because I think at 1-0, you're setting yourself up for them to have a set piece, and then all of a sudden it could be problematic, right? So push on a little bit more, lads, but it's nothing disastrous. Decent performance so far.
Yeah, Cullen's not, I could say not really, I don't think got involved, but look, his first game, isn't it?
Well, it's funny because Swansea fans noticed that about him. They didn't say anything bad about him, but they said he was sort of player that he'd pop up when you need a goal. But outside of that, he can be a little bit, like you don't really notice him, which for some footballers can be a good thing, ironically.
Yeah. So, a nice turn. LTiDtv, he gets the foul. Went through two players, but he did get the foul. Fair play to him. Cheers, everybody. I'm on the Magnus. Is the gentleman who actually told me about a cider company possibly sponsoring? I've lost the email and I can't remember who the gentleman was. But if you are, he used to be coming the Watchalongs.
Cider, yeah, I could do with some free cider, guys.
It doesn't work its way down to the team, I'm afraid. It stops with it stops with the boss.
Yeah, I see how this works. No, it's all right. But there we go. We'll see what happens.
I mean, I've got to taste test it first, of course.
No, I get that. I get that completely, Chris. Hey, look, you just keep talking yourself in a hole there, bud. Don't you worry about it.
I'll dock it out. You pay. Don't worry.
Magnus in the chat there. Do you know what? It's funny with Magnus because I see you and Magnus, Chris. I've not seen Magnus around for a while.
I haven't. But if you go to Lanzarote, 33 minutes into the match before I mentioned it, that's really the only side of this hill.
Which is bizarre, isn't it? Because when I was a kid, it was the only cider I could normally get my hands on, or that and White Lightning, but we don't, it's kind of different, isn't it?
Clarkson's, I tell you what, Clarkson's, I don't mind paying the extra for. It's really, really good. Now, Northampton down this near side, they've got a bit of space. Played it well. Oh, lovely 1-2. Well, lovely pass there from the guy that was running down the Northampton left. Played it in. And if it had been a bit more on target, it might have gone in, but it goes wide. That was a good move from Northampton, wasn't it?
It was. That was the first warning shot we've probably had since that mistake inside 40 seconds from Suter, which nearly let them in. But yeah, no, they had a nice little bit of 1-2 movement there. Got the shot away. Going to be a corner to Northampton, guys. And this is always the concern when you're 1-0 up and you kind of think there was that little flurry after we scored the corner for about 2 or 3 minutes there. But we need to find that again now because we're sort of recessing back into that holding possession a bit too much, perhaps.
Corner's coming up. I didn't realise it was a corner. Must have been a good tackle then. So ball comes in. Oh, met it well, but it was wide, thankfully, just wide. I think Martin might have had it covered.
I think so, but he's missed an opportunity there, hasn't he, to at least get it on target, which is what he should have done. So, yeah, Northampton were a bit disappointed they couldn't get that header on target, but we survived another one, still 1-0.
This is the worrying thing, though, when you're saying surviving.
But this is why I'm not too keen on just like holding the ball too much at 1-0 up, because I kind of think you enter the Arsenal territory there where they used to moan about getting done by VAR all the time.
Oh, a ball into the box here. It's all the way across from one side to the other from LTiDtv. Alves has got it now in the corner. He's got Braybrooke helping him, of course he has. Like Andy Murray's mum, always there, Braybrooke. He loses it on the line. Oh no, for once they haven't got a free kick. Dakota Reed. He doesn't get the free kick either. Get up, you arsehole. No, but they're giving it away, and Leicester got it back again. Yeah, this sort of like holding on at the last minute.
Yeah, it's interesting how all of our play so far that's really created us any sort of goal scoring opportunity has normally been a quick switch ball from left to right or right to left. Notice how LTiDtv playing into Alves has really been in the actual central, the attacking positions like with Decordova-Reid and Cullen play maybe as well. There's not really a lot going through there right now that's not being marked out, is there?
There's not. Oh, a ball over the top again, but nearly a foul on Swansea, on Leicester. Sorry, Dakota-Reid then went in and he gets a yellow card.
Yeah, typical Bobby, that isn't it? He's gone a bit hard and heavy there from behind, and they've got a first yellow card of the day, and it is for Bobby Decordova-Reid.
It was deserved though. Deserved.
Well, yeah, he was behind the player, guys, and came sliding in behind him just outside of the Northampton penalty area there where we lost the ball. And you'd like to see that energy, but was it really a necessary tackle at that point? They weren't going anywhere particularly. So, yeah, got what he deserved. It's a deserved yellow card for Bobby Decordova-Reid.
37 minutes gone, 1-0.
Yeah, you'd still say Northampton.
Huddersfield 1-0 up at Preston. Portsmouth 1-0 up at West Ham.
That's a shock.
Bromley have equalised against Reading. And Sutton are 1-0 up at Woking.
It's funny, Huddersfield, Preston. I thought Huddersfield might beat Preston in that one. We'll see if that comes true.
So, Sammy Braybrooke bringing it down this right wing. Plays it forward to Alves. Gets it back again. But then he goes back to Akoli. Looks to pass it over to Sutar, decides not to, plays it forward, and that's an awful ball. He keeps it in though, well done. I'm guessing it was Mavididi, was it? Kept it in, but it's with Sutar now.
It's interesting because so far from the match stats, the Northampton have had 2 more shots than us, but obviously they've not been on target, guys.
Hartlepool 1, Barrow 0.
I think you're talking about the conference there, mate, the National League.
Are they? It doesn't say which it is there. I just presumed it was a...
No, they're not in the League Cup because they're in the National League, yeah.
Yeah. 3 touches in the box, Northampton to our 2, but 79% possession to Leicester. Wow. Well, but it's what you do with it, isn't it?
It would be nice to be 2-0 up here to give you that little bit of a luxury to go, well, that possession is going to see us through, wouldn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Nate, you're taking the piss, mate. There's a Zambia that plays for Hamburg. I did pretty well pre-season. If anyone's seen the Leicester City social channels recently, it's filled with either Hamza Chowdhury supporters or Zambians going mad at the football club about Patson Daka, Chris. Honestly.
Well, I actually put a post because in his first game, he was only on 28 minutes for Hamburg. And in those 28 minutes, he set up 2 and scored 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like if you divorce the wife and you've had a pretty low down relationship for quite a while, you have a bit of confidence and swagger in your step being free, don't you? And you'll start aiming above your normal sort of level of girlfriend for a couple of weeks, and then it all comes crashing back to normal, doesn't it? That was a really weird analogy. Sorry.
Cross came into the box there. Mavididi took a wild shot. He was offside. It is, but you could also argue, and a very good argument, that if you use players to their right abilities, then they will play for you.
Yeah, we should do a show at some point where we go through all the signings of the past 5 to 6 years and just go, well, were they even used in the right positions? Because it would be interesting to see, and it could show you self-sabotage.
I would love to see whether Hamburg played 2 up front or not.
Yeah, it's a good question. I'll have to look into that for you. I haven't looked, Yeah,
you're the stat man.
Yeah,
Coley headed back. Oh, it does go eventually to Stellaci because it's a bit wide though. All that cop end is empty, interestingly. Holiday is still though. And I suppose it's all the electric and what have you. We've got to watch the pennies.
Well, yeah, I mean, for security as well, you've got to pay the staff, haven't you? There's no point paying staff for an empty stand, is there? You're better off closing
No.
off one of the stands and moving everyone around. But when it gets back to the league, it won't be like this because we have got the immense amount of season tickets we've sold.
Yeah, we have indeed. We have. Yeah. Yeah, great. I thank you. I thank you, sir. 41 minutes gone. Oh, free kick is going to be another booking.
Yeah, Sammy Braybrook's in the book, guys.
Yeah.
Bit scrappy in the middle there, and Northampton gaining a little bit more confidence here. I mean, with a couple of minutes to go to half time plus any added time, it'd be the worst time now for us to, give up a goal, wouldn't it? Because it was just
So Leicester, if we do.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, but then whatever happens in this game is a challenge they're going to have to face, and Rssell Martin's got to manage in them, right? But I would like us to push on and get a second by now, really. But getting a bit scrappy in the middle there. A lot of last little challenges going in. So with two players in the booking, Deckled Overreed and Braybrook, we have to be a little bit careful here. We don't want to make the game a bit more equalised for them, do we? With two men.
And get bans before the proper season started. Right-footed into the box. It's up. Should be still Archicks. No, he actually lets it go. Good decision there. It goes out for a goal kick. Luton are 1-0 up against Gillingham. Cardiff have gone 2-1 up against Swansea. Notts County gone 1-0 up away at Burnley.
Wow, that's a shock, isn't it? But we have seen a surprise already. Bristol City lost to Walsall 1-0 after dominating the game with 80% possession, with a similar one to this. So it does happen in the EFL Cup.
I'm guessing, no foul there, the player goes down from Northampton. I'm guessing a lot of these teams may not be playing particularly strong teams.
Well, they'll rotate depending, won't they? I mean, the thing is, because it's a week before the season starts, I would argue there's no reason for anyone to rotate today. You might as well play your best 11 because it's going to follow a similar pattern of a game every 7 days, isn't it?
Oh, I agree.
Gotta say, JJ's boots are hideous. He's got pink ones.
But it's earning him money.
True, but what modern football, isn't it, wearing pink boots? But then so Sammy Braybrook, they've got pink boots.
But they're all, well, do you call them boots? They're more like slippers, aren't they? A little somebody treads on it lightly and they're down screaming.
Yeah, let's hope that doesn't happen, Chris. Let's not manifest that in this game. We've already lost Nelson for the season. The last thing we want to do is lose someone like Braybrook or Alves. Oh.
Now, skipped. Jaden. Oh, 1-2 with Alves there, Jordan. He gets. Oh no, it's still back. It's still in. Alves in the box. Dinkin. Oh, Skip found a cross in there, but it was headed wide. And then we'll be finding out in a minute how many minutes of stoppage time, if any. Well, there's got to be at least 4 for the hydration break, hasn't there?
Well, you think so, yeah. But an interesting bit of football there because we had the ball into their box there. And the interesting thing about that was the run from JJ from right back, who came right across and was the highest member of the pitch in the penalty area. First time I've seen him make such a bold, incisive run in this game, but shows you perhaps Rssell Martin's not going to stick to tactical things as much and allow players to have that bit of manoeuvrability of the options there, right, Chris?
Yeah.
I like that. That was complete. You can't mark that if he's coming in there from nowhere. Who covers him, right?
Yeah. Let me know if you see how many minutes stoppage time goes
I
up.
do. It's 3 minutes, mate.
It's 3?
Yeah, 3 minutes.
At all?
That is all. That is all. They must have had Red Bull during the break. It mustn't have taken so long. I don't know. Other energy drinks available. Like the one that sponsors the cup.
Oh my God, I'm getting confused here. Here we go. There you go.
Beautiful job, Chris. Seamless, mate. Seamless.
It's because I can. Well, it's just because of the way StreamYard's set up. I have to do different things in different ways, and it's not always in the way I'd want it to be. Yeah, City, Bristol. Oh no, that's Bristol Rovers. Sorry. It's a corner, is it?
Yeah, it's going to be a corner to Northampton here as we get to like halfway through the stoppage time, guys. So this will be interesting to see if they can scare us here with anything. They've had one opportunity with a free header from a corner so far that went wide.
Do you think? I mean, that 3 minutes, I'm guessing, was the hydration break.
Yeah, oh yeah. There's been nothing else, has there? Even the two real reckless challenges from Braybrook and Declan David Reed, neither didn't take more than 10 seconds to sort out, did they?
No, it was a yellow card and get on with it, wasn't it?
Yeah, no one's been down with any injuries. Yeah, so it's just all about the hydration break, definitely. But then maybe it's just pause the clock rather than this. But is it the same thing? Probably is, isn't it?
No. So the corner comes in. Oh, the header was knocked back into the box, but it was hit. Well, it was hit out, but it's still with Northampton. They've got it on the far side now on the wing, chipped into the box. Oh,
Jacob came for that.
Solarczyk and his keeper need to talk. They need to talk, Solarczyk and the keeper. Solarczyk and his defender. Solarczyk dived for it, went down diving for it, and the defender, well, he managed to not put it out for a corner, but I think that's what Solarczyk is saying then to somebody. Come on.
It's funny because that's not without precedent. Last year, one of my biggest criticisms was, for whatever reason, either I'm not sure if he wasn't saying enough to the defence or if the defence just weren't listening to him. The communication at the back between him and the defenders seemed pretty poor. And once again, there just a little hint of if he shouted, "I'm coming for it," someone else has just gone and got in his way. Bit of a concern. That needs to get streamlined here, doesn't it? And it's given Northampton a little flurry here to end the half, which we don't need.
Yeah, definitely. Communication there, you could see was all over the place,
Yeah.
Is that going to be a goal kick? Surely in a minute, I'm guessing that time will be up.
Yeah, I think we're there, mate, because the goal kick won't have time to be taken, will it?
Play it short. And there it is. It is half time. Right. There we go. So it's Leicester City 1 and Northampton Town 0. And I've got to say, mate, a little bit scary from the start. But let's add to, well, one of our half-time people in. I don't know where the other one is. And I'll see you for the second half, Tom.
I'll see you then. Enjoy gym, everyone. See you at the second half.
Hello there, Jim.
Hello there, Chris.
Waiting for Wayne. I don't know where Wayne is, but he's probably gone off for a wank. Oh, no, he's here. He's here. He's back. A bit of a scare to start with there, Jim.
Yeah, really big scare early, 40 seconds in. Very bad back pass by Harry.
Right. What I'm going to do is, he's here. He's obviously finished his wank. He's here. I'll see you guys at full time.
All right. Sounds good.
Hey, Jim, how you doing, mate?
Hello, bud. How are you?
Yeah, these wanks, they do take a bit of time these days.
Well, try to do your wanks during the match instead of our time we need you at halftime.
I don't know what's happening. That's better. Yeah. So, what do you think then, Jim?
A little indifferent. I mean, Chris was just mentioning that near goal they had early with that really sloppy back pass by Harry Suter. We were fortunate he had a pretty open net, but he kicked it off his right foot right at Jacob. So we dodged a bullet early there. I don't know. I know you and I texted a little bit. I don't think we're getting put 10p in the meter, Wayne.
Yeah, no, what it is, I've got a new laptop. It's a business laptop, and it's got different settings, and I played around with them, and obviously I've clicked the wrong button, so I'll sort that out.
You were trying to get
that 300 film with the Spartans. Yeah. It's almost like that, a cartoon kind of.
Yeah. You're just trying to get that gray beard to look dark now, so you want the dark colors. No, I think we're having trouble getting it through the midfield. Different than we have during the friendlies. Now, granted, different opponents, I get that, but we haven't played long balls like we have in a lot of the preseason games. I thought we did a really good job during preseason. I really wonder, how much film they studied. And, we played Northampton as one of our friendlies, and we lined up the same way. And I think they know what we'd like to do with the ball. And I think they have really clogged up that midfield. I mean, we had, what was it, about 40 minutes in, I saw a stat. We had one shot on goal. One shot and one shot on goal.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
They are clogging up the midfield. We're not transitioning through the midfield. We're stuck on the wings, and like Alves is trying to make his runs in different things, and JJ's overlapping. And with Braybrook, it's not quite connecting, is it? Which we haven't in the past. Alves, you can see, is hungry to try and progress the ball forward, and I am very impressed with Alves in this match. Yeah.
Absolutely, and I think he's a playmaker. He's a great ball handler. He tries to make things. I thought there was a few moments, probably around 30 something. I know it was after the hydration break, where there was a couple link ups between him, Braybrook, and I think Jaden Joseph does a good job following. It's just linking up and playing with the three, but it's just not enough. I think that's when they clamp down on us. I think some different opportunities should open up in the second half if he moves some people around. He's got some speedsters that could make a difference if he brings them in the second half. We'll have to see what he's going to do.
I wondered how long it'd take you to mention, and what player have you got in mind, Jim?
Let me think. Maybe Riley Carr, maybe number 60 on your play sheet, but number 1 in your heart. No. Louis Page also. Louis Page is a distributor of the ball, so it would be interesting how they move things along. I don't think Bobby DeCover-Reed really has done much. He got a yellow, but he hasn't done much. What do you think?
He's not mobile enough, is he?
No, he doesn't seem to be.
Louis Page is another one of these fluid. So it would be nice to get in. If we had Louis Page in that group of players, would we have connected better through the midfield? Probably, I think.
Did you see the cross that Cullen made? Yeah, that's good. Thank you, Chris. Did you see the cross that Cullen made from the left? Put it right on Alves' boot on the right side. He had a defender on him. He didn't get a clean shot, but it was beautiful. So I think he's going to continue to help us with Cullen. Like I said, I want to see Louis Page in there.
No, Nate, can we still have a deed at halftime?
Yeah, I'm all right with that. I know it's different. I know it's different level opponents. I think Tom said something during the watch along. That's true. We're going to be playing tougher opponents as we head into League One, and this just gives Rssell Martin the chance to see, what we're doing on a game that's beyond friendly. This has some meaning to it, but certainly the stakes get higher starting next week. So it'll be interesting what he does with the other players that maybe we would like to see on the field.
Did you notice in the chat we were actually discussing cider? Like, you'd talk about holidays if the film was boring or something. So it has been quite a boring first half, really, hasn't it?
It has. It has. I mean, look, once again, look at the stats. Nearing the completion of the first half, at one point they had 3 shots, 1 on target. We had 1 shot on target. And of course, it was the goal. But yeah, it was relatively bare. And we haven't been running the wings. We haven't been penetrating through the midfield like we have. That's what gets the crowd excited. That's what keeps everything on our front foot. And we haven't. It's been kind of sluggish through the midfield. I thought our defense settled down after an early miss that they had. I thought
they should have scored that. He shouldn't have. That was a simple side foot tapping, wasn't it?
Yeah, but it sure was.
He just passed it straight to the keeper, didn't he? Their attacker.
Yeah, that's where the Foxes.
It's not like he played a long ball across the back. it was only like 10 yards. I mean, how did he not see that player to pass that ball?
I think he was a little colorblind. I think he thought he was passing it to a blue top instead of a white top. But no, I think Thomas is having a good first half. I was watching him. Not only has he covered in the back a couple times, cutting the ball off, keeping them from driving in, but he's also helped upfield, and he's taken a few good corners, especially the one we scored on. So I like that. Okoli, of course, with the goal. How do you like that? What do you think about that goal?
I think it was surprised that the ball actually came through to him, wasn't it? The back post. It looks almost like he didn't actually make a move. It's not like a typical Wes Morgan or Steve Walsh header, is it? Or Elliott or Tags. But it just kind of fell on his head and when it slowly trundled in the net, didn't it?
Yeah, and I like Tom and Chris were like, I think Chris called the goal. Oh, it was a goal. And Tom said, who was it? Or one of them said, who was it? Was it Suter? No, it was Okoli. And I could see the puzzlement in their eyes going, oh, because it looked like on a finish like that, on a header, it would necessarily being Harry Suter, but it wasn't. But that's good. If anything, Okoli knows that he can put the ball in the back of the net. And like Tom said, if he gets a handful of those during the season, that's a bonus for us.
Yeah, one thing I did make a note of, Alves, I thought so fluid in his ability to run past people. He'll be playing as an inside 10. Then he'll be just delivering the ball back into the back four. He'll be running off to. He's such a great keep the ball moving player, isn't he? And he does remind me of when he came on in the cup where me and Brian went to watch him, and he came on in the Prem and he was showboating. And Roger says, "Don't go doing all these tricks and stuff. Otherwise, I'm pulling you off." But he's just got that ability. Yeah, he did. He told him off. He called him. We had a throw in. He called him over. He said, "Look, you pack that showboating in. Otherwise, I'm bringing you off. You play. This is a team." But he's just got that ability. When you watch him, he is a joyful player to watch, isn't he? He makes you smile.
Did you see the way he worked that defender on the right side? He played right into him. He backed him off. He moved. And even the announcers, and I heard Chris live going, he's got it. Did he lose it? No, he didn't lose it. It was great ball handling. And I think he's going to play. He's going to continue to get more and more confidence. And to your point, I think Rssell Martin sees it and is giving him the green light. Because I don't think he's reckless with the ball. He's creative.
And I think in that first half, I thought, obviously, like Tom loves Braybrook, apart from his injury, we were excited about him. But it's been Alves the one that's really sort of looked. He looks on it, doesn't it, Alves? He looks really on it.
He does, and I think it helps with him playing. They have him playing on the outside. I know Tom said he thought he was more of a left-wing player. I think he looks great on the right wing. So if he's a natural left winger, that tells you how versatile he really is to play on both. But I think he's got the moves that go by the players. He's got the energy. He runs up, he runs back. And I think Braybrook is just getting a little clogged up in the middle. I think it'll open up. This is where Rssell Martin coaching at half. He'll hopefully, even if he doesn't make any changes coming out of halftime, he may just open some things up. Because I think he'll see too that they're not getting the open spaces that they've been used to during the preseason.
Yeah, 100%. It's like whether Alves switching over to the side where Cullen is, because you just need a couple of. We need three stroke four players to string some penetrating, quick moving passes to get into the box, don't we? And we've just not quite had that. So I think we've got enough quality players, haven't we?
We do, and I think
might need Miley Carr coming on from LTiDtv and attacking back.
That's exactly. I mean, who was it? Nate or somebody said sell him at halftime. I think you just bring. Oh, shut it! You just bring Riley Carr and Page in, and I think all of a sudden you open up some space and magic happens.
But will the manager be brave enough to do that? That's the question, isn't it?
I think you will. Speaking of magic. Hey, Chris.
Hiya. Great chat, guys, by the way. Great chat. I do look like, I feel like I'm sort of watching a very old film when I'm looking at Wayne.
Yeah.
And the latest coloured version, whatever it is, when I'm watching Jim. I don't know what's going on there, but yeah, guys. I mean, I'm not going to argue with anything you've said there. I think you've summed it up. But do we need to make changes?
I would like to see some. I think, like I was saying to Wayne, I think Rssell Martin's goal is to get some open spaces. We haven't really had those through the midfield. The way you can do it is get players who are quick. I don't think LTiDtv has done anything, so that's the one place I would start. And then I don't think who else did we say? Bobby Reed.
Don't start me. No, I was calming down. I'm not.
Sorry.
I'm not going to start him again. Who the fucking hell picked Bobby Reed to play in this game? Look, you see, you started me off again. You started me off. No, look, the sooner he goes, the better. I've got to ask you, though, guys, 40 seconds in, OMG.
Yeah, we talked about it, Chris. I mean, Suter, that is not even where he's passed. He was blinded by a player. Their attacker was the next person 10 yards away, and he literally passed it into his path. It's almost like Suter was playing for Northampton Town.
Yeah.
And the way that guy should have finished that chance. I mean, I'm sorry, up and down, five-a-side, boggy pitches or bone-dry pitches some were having in England. All players would have finished that. He literally shot it straight at Slarchik. We should have been 1-0 down.
Come out, guys. The players have come out. So thank you very much. Great half-time discussion, and I will see you both at full time.
Sounds good, Chris. Go Foxes.
See you in a bit, mate.
See you then, mate. See you then. Oops, easy.
Smooth as you like, Chris. Don't worry, mate. We're getting used to it, guys. New season. We've got to get used to all the buttons again.
We certainly have. We certainly have. Make Leicester great again. Okay, so do you want to...
do you want me to lead the second half?
Do you want to lead the second half?
Yeah, I can do, mate. Yeah, they're getting ready now to kick off, so get yourself ready there, and I should be in time with everyone else in the chat, probably. Right, so we're just waiting now to get underway for the second half. Bobby Duckworth stood over the ball. The referee is talking to a Huddersfield Town defender at the moment, just talking about...
Huddersfield Town? He's got lost.
Oh, mate, I did it. You started it with saying Swansea because they're in... I mean, this makes us look from the outside like terrible fans. We don't know we're playing. And we're underway here. Here we go, guys. Second half. So Bobby Duckworth plays it back. No changes for either side here. And it's interesting, isn't it? Because I probably would have made some changes as well. I probably would have gone Braybrook off and Bobby Duckworth off to cover off these yellow cards, probably bring in Page and Watson, shift around, put Cullen into the middle, put Watson out wide. And I might have also made a change with Riley Carr coming on for LTiDtv personally, but we'll see. Anyway, Leicester got the ball now, playing it around the back here, and let's see if we find a bit of urgency, because right now this game could very well be on a knife edge for this second half. Bearing in mind Northampton got a little bit lively there, but the ball's going to be out of play for a Leicester throwing down on this near side to get us underway here, Chris.
I was about to say we've had a bit of role play there, but what I meant to say is we've had some role reversal for this second half. In fact, this might be the way forward, We each do a half.
Yeah, mate, I'm happy with that. Yeah, but versatile on this channel, mate.
Tom's commentary in the second half. I will be doing the knowledgeable bit.
There we go.
Probably very badly.
That's right. If we get past you not calling them Swansea, we've done well, mate. It's fine. I mean, Huddersfield.
I was about to say, at least Swansea play in all white. You know what I mean?
This is true. Leicester have got the ball now, guys. Once again, back with a Cody coming over the halfway line here. Are you quite a way behind me, mate? About a minute or so, or
I'm on 45:33.
Yeah, just under a minute behind me. Okay, that's good to know. So, yeah, just keep that in mind, bud, all right? Anyway, Suter's got the ball here. We're pressed up right into the Northampton half, as you can expect. Luke Thomas has come into central midfield here, but the ball is out right there with Joseph, who's forming a back three. Interesting about the shape there. Give me a nice little flick on as we try and play it up to the far-hand side. And unfortunately, the flick on there from Braybrook has gone straight out of play. It wasn't read very well. So Northampton will pick up the throwing on the far side here, halfway inside their half. Big 45 minutes this. I would like to see a little bit more individual kind of taking accountability for the ball. Well, Alves has looked good, hasn't he, Chris? But I'd like to see a few more, maybe try and drive runs into the box and try and shake up this sturdy Northampton back four.
Yes. For me, so far, I've had to pick a man of the half match. It would be Will Alves. I just think he could be the difference for us this coming season. Sammy Baybrook, I'd be tempted to take him off on a yellow card. You don't want him. You don't want to lose him.
Louis Page is like for like, isn't he?
Yeah. Leave Bobby Dakova-Reid on because hopefully he'll get another yellow, get sent off, and he'll miss 2 or 3 games.
This is it. We've only got a stoppage in play, guys, just to let you know. Cody went in there, won the ball, but the Northampton forward has gone down holding his ankle here. And there's a little bit of debate going on between the Northampton players pointing at their mate and going, he's really crocked him there. You probably should book him. Just going to sit now again on the replay. Cody basically had the ball in front of him. You know when the ball just comes out of your control a little bit, Chris? What happened was it came out of his control. He then went to get it back with his studs raised, and he caught the Northampton striker on the ankle. So the referees let him off there because obviously he's kind of deemed it as he was under control of the ball, but a bit naughty from Cody there to chuck one in on Evans there, the number 24.
Just watching it now. Just to update you, Burnley have equalised against Notts County, 1-1 there, and Stoke are 1-0 up against Oldham thanks to an Oldham own goal.
Oh, wow, that's fascinating. Well, Oldham beat Sheffield Wednesday 4-0 in pre-season, so
yes,
that is interesting. They're not happy about this, Northampton. I mean, obviously the player himself's not happy. Even Rssell Martin was shown on the sidelines there saying he had his foot raised to Conor Houlihan. So, yeah, interesting. But Leicester now going to come down this left-hand side with Luke Thomas and Mavididi. Once again, we're going to...
We haven't got VAR, have we? Sorry, mate.
No, you're fine, mate. No, get it in there. Now across to Jayden Joseph. We seem to like to push up and play it around the back still. Joseph has put it out wide here to the opposite side, the right-hand side. There's going to be a little bit of jinking from Will Alves. Nice cross into the edge of the 6-yard box. Cleared away by Northampton, but it's only goes to the edge of the penalty area. And there's a Cody to scoop it up because everyone is counted in Northampton's half here. You definitely can't accuse us of not trying to press. Mavididi with a through ball. Across the face of goal. Luke Thomas there, the nice little ball. There came Decordova-Reid trying to get his head on it. It doesn't go out of play. We've kept it in and the pressure will remain on, guys. Sorry, Chris, there's a lot going on. I'm in mid-flow here. And here comes Sammy Baybrook now. We got them penned in. Cody's going to shoot from distance and put it over the crossbar. Whoa, here we go. That's a bit more like it. 5 minutes into the second half.
What time are you on, mate?
49:41, the same as the clock.
There's a lot happening that minute. We've only just taken the free kick.
Yeah, you're about to see it, mate. Everyone else in the chat will know as well. Over the top of the crossbar. Give me a good conversion in American football, that from Cody, but unfortunately not into the top of the net.
And here comes... I love Alves. Oh,
Alves has been the one to put the ball into the danger zone, I think 75% of the time in this game. That's my criticism of this. I know we're winning 1-0, but you want to be winning these games 2 or 3. And I think the way you do it is we see a little bit more individual quality. You know, Mavididi needs to be a bit braver. He's still very passive.
I've just seen that crossing. Dakova-Reid. Oh, maybe if he kept his perm on rather than his braids, he might make contact with that.
Yeah, nice run from Luke Thomas and a nice read from Mavididi, to be fair, as well, there to get over and get the overlap.
See, the goalkeeper's having a drink and he's not even done anything.
Well, I think he's probably sweat out a lot of water there because he was terrified he had an open goal with Bobby coming down on him with a diving header there. Ball's back with the Leicester goalkeeper now, trying to play out from the back here. And once again, a little bit of pressure from Northampton coming here, guys, which is the concern when you're 1-0 up. Luke Thomas gets involved there, manages to shrug off his man, and we get the ball back under control. Now Coley and Suter can pass it through to Skip in central midfield. Is there an opportunity to counter the team that's countering us? Mavididi drifts inside here, and there's a tackle there from the Northampton player to get the ball back under their possession and back with their centre backs, but still pressing them high here.
Just to keep you updated, looks like it's going to be an interesting match. Stockport County 0, Doncaster Rovers 1. May scored after 50 minutes, and then an update: Stockport 1, Doncaster 1. Wootton equalised after 51 minutes. So.
Talk about a goal bringing the game to life there. That's exactly what's happened there. Here at Northampton again, Chris, scrapping in the central midfield. And the game's starting to get a little bit loose, it feels now. The ball's going to go out of play on this far-hand side, and it will be a Northampton throwing, which I'll take quickly here. Thrown into Evans, the central midfielder. He's going to come forward, getting shrugged off a little bit by Baybrook. He's got a bit of space, though. Overlapping pass, cross towards the 6-yard box, kicked over up into the air, and it's Jacob who's going to have to come and reach and grab that under a bit of pressure there from Saunders up top for Northampton. Weird little little back pass from Suter where he kicked it over his head towards his own goal, but luckily no disaster. But then saying that, there's no time to breathe here because Jacobs just rolled it out to Okoli, 2 Northampton players there. And luckily for us, they've backed off there, Chris, because it looked like there might be a pressing opportunity for them to nick the ball off our defence. That is our weakness. It is our weakness, isn't it?
It is. And I've just written down here before that, Stolarczyk played it out to Skip. Skip nearly lost it because there was a player on him.
I'm worried about us this season. I'll make a prediction now. Remember this, chat. This season, we're going to give away 10+ goals from doing that. We will.
Wouldn't be surprised, mate. Wouldn't be surprised.
We just got to make sure we score more. That's what we need to see.
Not a good day to give up drinking.
Never is being a Leicester fan, mate. Jesus Christ.
West Ham 3, Portsmouth 1.
Yeah, that's that dream over. Okoli with a long ball forward here, guys. Found Cullen in a bit of space. He's got 3 defenders around him. He tries to come inside. Unfortunately, he's not the most physical player, is he, Cullen? He's got floored there by a big, strong centre-back for Northampton. But we do pick the ball up again here with Skip, who's got a bit of space to run into. Finds Cullen again. Cullen lays it back here again to Thomas. Here's LTiDtv on the left, doing his little step-overs. Crosses it towards the edge of the 6-yard box on the right-hand side. It's going to be headed clear, but there is Joseph up here pushing as well, and picks the ball up once again. Back again. Interesting now, we seem to have him pressed back a lot more higher than what we did in the first half. We are camped right on the edge of their area, including all of our centre-backs. And now Northampton are trying to get it out, and they can't quite do it. It deflects around here on the far side. Now they're going to come out this far side, but once again, running back here with a lot of pace is a Leicester body, and the ball will come loose and head all the way back towards the far end corner flag, which Okoli will intercept and stop going.
We've got to be careful we're not hit on the break, but then, Northampton, what do? Stick or twist? I'm not saying they're going to stick at 1-0 down, but they get later into the game and then not equalise, and they play forward. They're going to leave so much space at the back.
Well, they are, exactly. And I think that's the point, because what I noticed as soon as we gave the ball away, they had 2 or 3 passes there, Northampton. They've only had 67% passing accuracy so far in this game. But every time they tried to pass the ball, there was a press and there was a lot of running and desire from Leicester to get the ball straight back off them and keep them hemmed in right. Okoli's going to shoot from distance again, guys, and wants to, this time, straight at the goalkeeper. But interesting how we're so high up the pitch. That's twice now the space has opened up for Okoli as a centre-back to get a strike away from 30 yards. And yeah, interesting this, isn't it, Chris? Makes you wonder if we need to put a striker at centre-back.
Well, hey, I'll say 2 words. Steve Walsh, mate.
Well, I was going to say, do I rile everyone up? Weak face?
No.
No, I know. We're past that, aren't we?
And I was going the other way around. I was thinking of having a defender as a striker.
Yeah, well, that's true. But I remember Wout Faes having the ability to hit the ball from distance, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He got the odd goal here and there, didn't he? But
yeah, normally against lower league opposition, which is probably his level. Not that he would like to admit that. Leicester holding on to the ball at halfway line here.
Today, nobody actually came in with any food for me during the watch along, but my neighbour came in with some money.
Oh, that's lovely. LTiDtv just got played in, and it's been a last-minute tackle to put it behind for a corner. He was actually ahead of the man as well, looming down on the goal, one-on-one. But unfortunately, Donsian's done really well there. He's a former Ipswich player, like our signings Burns and Chaplin. But yeah, he got in behind here. Oh, and Donsian, sorry, did a good job with just from behind, kicking it out for another corner. Maybe another chance coming, Chris. But nice to see you got some money from your neighbour. Sorry, that was quite important.
It was actually. They have got new Adidas training wear out at the club apparently.
Ooh, interesting.
There's a change in that every year now, like the shirt. So it's the blue and yellow one. It's the ones that we've seen. I actually quite like those, if I'm honest with you.
Our training kits have been nicer than our shirts in more recent.
That's what I mean. Yes,
yeah.
I might order one of those rather than actually ordering a shirt.
Yeah. Corner went in there and it went all the way to the back post, and Suter unfortunately couldn't quite get there, but another decent corner there that's gone all the way across the 6-yard box, and we were had an opportunity to get an unmarked header there.
On top at the moment, aren't we?
Yeah, I think so. It's like, even though there has been that counter, no, I'm encouraged by that. I think it might be time for a change though in a minute, Chris. We are approaching an hour gone now.
We are, and Wayne, yeah. If only I had as much money as Don Corleone. I can never say his name. You know what I mean, though.
I can just see the neighbour's cat coming in your room and you sat there stroking it, looking out the window.
No, I don't like. I love cats, but my neighbour that I hate has got cats. If it was to come in here and if it shat over my new decking, he'd be getting that pushed back through his letterbox.
Ball on the far hand side here for Leicester now. Braybrook tagging up. There might be an opportunity to get a ball in. Once again, a lot of players forward here, just outside the penalty area. Good run here from Will Alves, again trying to drive and create some space. Has to retain possession and go back here to the right back position for Joseph. Cody now, we're getting lots of touches on the ball today. Feeds it into Joseph, who's just in front of him here. Going to try and flick it down to this left-hand side now. Ball into the box. Going to be an opportunity of goal for Decordova-Reid. The angle was tight. The goalkeeper smothers it between his legs and picks up the rebound. But a nice little move there again from Leicester, trying to be incisive into the penalty area.
I heard the goalkeeper was smothering the ball between his legs and not Decordova-Reid.
No. Decordova-Reid was trying to get a shot off, which was remarkable to see. Yeah.
At that point, Norwich 3, MK Dons 1.
I swear I have one of those brains where sometimes my mouth does not keep up with how quick my brain is thinking. So I might drop words out of the conversation to keep up, which makes me sound stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, Jim said he liked a Coley, talking about saying things that make you look stupid.
No, I don't know. He's done all right so far today. I mean, if
I was
you
going to say, actually, leading on from that then, I know I joke, Jim, but leading on from that, have we found a Coley's level, do you think?
Well, I think he can play relatively good enough at this level. I think he'd be better in a different type of system, don't get me wrong. But I think, I think he can probably play slightly outside of his normal profile here, and I think he's looked comfortable so far. And the thing is, he's a big physical unit, isn't he? And he's definitely utilising that really well in this game.
He is. Like I say, though, like we were joking about Christensen when he said he didn't want to play at this level. And we said, well, maybe this is your level. Maybe a Coley would, if we can't get rid of him, would be okay at this level.
Maybe. Ball over the top here, and Braybrook's got past the last man. He's beat the goalkeeper to it and taken it down away from the goal now. He might be able to get a strike away there. It's come all the way back to Suter, sadly, but nice to see a longer range ball there from the centre-back position. Now a ball across the box from Luke Thomas. Going to be a foot on it there from a Northampton defender. It comes out of play for a throwing on the near side of the pitch. But once again, interesting to see some more incisive passes made, and also at different times, Chris, as well. Nice to see a longer pass from the back straight through rather than trying just to play it through all the time, right?
Yes, definitely. You do need to switch it up. Luton have gone 2-0 up away at Gillingham, and Simons from Bolton has been sent off for violent conduct.
Well, there we go. It looks like there's a first change coming from Leicester here as well, guys, and it looks to me like it could be Watson coming. I'm just going to confirm. I can't see the back of his shirt, but he does look quite young. Yes, it's number 23, Watson, who is on, and who has come off here. They haven't shown us the board yet. And Wes Burns, number 7, is coming on for his Leicester debut on the hour mark. So
Tom Watson, I can tell you who Tom Watson replaces if you want. He replaces Steffi Mavadidi.
Yeah, it seems about right. I didn't see Wes Burns replaced. Maybe Cullen. I'm trying to see who's gone off the pitch. We got a Northampton player down at the moment, guys, inside the penalty area. It looks like Donasian, who had a bit of problems keeping Mavadidi back for the last 10 minutes. So he's down currently, looking like he's got a problem. The physio is now on, but we've got a bit of a break in play. Cullen is still on the pitch here. Just seeing the replay again here with the ball from Cullen through to Decordova-Reid, and yeah, I mean, the angle was getting smaller and smaller all the time, but the goalkeeper spread himself nicely for Northampton.
Well, Alves is off.
Interesting. That could be more fitness, I'd imagine, Chris, because he's not been fully fit for a few weeks, has he? I mean, I guess he was fully fit to start today, but managing minutes and all the rest of it.
Well, I'll tell you what, we might find that Alves is our Okazaki number 2. Comes on for... plays like mad for 60 minutes and then is knackered, because I've got to say to you, Alves here will have done more in 60 minutes than Decordova-Reid will have done if he stays on for the 90.
Yeah, there's definitely different levels of energy going on there, isn't there? I don't think you can challenge that in the slightest, And look, the more players that play like Will Alves this season, the more chance we've got of doing what we want. I still get a bit worried there's 1 or 2 passengers in this team at times, but overall, yeah, I mean, it's 1-0. I think we've done well so far. We still would like that second goal, and especially one from open play if possible, please.
Yeah. I tell you what, Wayne, you're easily pleased.
Yeah, he did put a bit of a sprint on there, which is quite remarkable, bearing in mind the play was completely dead anyway, because there's a
In
Northampton
fairness,
player still getting worked on.
I was just looking at that Dakota Reed effort, and he nearly got it under the keeper, or between the keeper's leg and under his body.
No, he did. Yeah, I mean, it was a difficult one to because the angle's always going to get smaller and smaller, isn't it? And he did have a lot of pressure from two players as well. But yeah,
Some
you know,
substitutions as well for Northampton.
yeah. I'm just trying to
But
see
yeah,
who it is.
look, I'm going to say with Alves, 60 minutes. If we get, the 60 minutes that we've seen today, if we get that out of him every week, and he has to go off at 60 minutes, I won't moan.
No, but that's what the sports science crew is there for as well. Interesting, we've got two big substitutions there for Northampton, guys, because Joe Worm-Leighton's come on, who obviously is an ex-Leicester Academy right
I'm going to say, is he ex-Leicester?
He is indeed. And Warhurst has come on number 9, who's a pretty highly rated forward for Man City they've picked up. So it'll be interesting to see what he does. About to get things back underway here, and it's going to be a throwing to Leicester, which is now thrown back into play. Coley's going to pick the ball up. Suter slightly more ahead of him here is going to hold on to the ball. And it was Worm-Leighton for Donsian, the player who was down getting some work done. So that's about
Just
right.
to say, Swindon have equalised against Cardiff. It's 2-2. Blackpool have gone 2-0 up away at Grimsby. Norwich are comfortable now. Through to the next round. It's Norwich 4, MK Dons 1.
Nice little ball there from the far hand side. Tried to play it all the way through, I believe, for Decordova, Reed or Watson, but unfortunately was slightly intercepted by Braybrook. We've got another opportunity again to try and make the same play on the far side. And here's Wes Burns trying to get involved early here with a bit of energy. Once again, we're holding on to the ball just outside the penalty area. Skip looks like he's quite well suited to this role, Chris, so far, just sort of sweeping around between the centre-backs and the main central midfielders.
And
He's
would
looking
you
quite
keep
comfortable.
him? Would you keep him?
Well, I wouldn't do anything else that involved us paying wages for him to go elsewhere or all the rest of it. I mean, put it this way, he's not a pressing concern as, say, people that are out of contract like Decordova Reed, right? So
It's his
yeah.
wages that's the concern, isn't it, in fairness?
Depends how much they've gone down. We won't really know that until later in the season. But if they've gone down
He's
quite
going
a
to be
bit...
one of the higher paid players.
Yeah.
You know, so... But more than 60 minutes, more in 60 minutes than Dakaneu did in 10 seasons.
Alves, yeah, he did.
10
mate, that's very
matches,
true.
sorry.
Hey, Peter, as well. Yeah, glad the season's underway. Does it feel like another pre-season friendly? A little bit. It's got of a pre-season
Yeah, I can see
friendly
where
vibe.
he's coming from with that.
Yeah, because the stadium's half empty, you know, and it's yeah, I get it. Yeah. Right, Leicester picking the ball up now.
Somebody sat in that in that cop end.
Could be the new lad we signed, just watching the game on his own, away from people, perhaps. So weirder things have happened. Oh no, he'll have a box, won't he? Probably.
Probably, yes. Yeah.
Going to be a throw into Leicester on his near side, guys. Luke Thomas. We're really quite pressed up against them again here as well. Time to get a goal in a minute here, though, Leicester. Going to go out for another throwing, and this time for Northampton, sorry. But yeah, time to get another goal in a minute. Now, while it's 1-0, I'm still a little bit squeaky bum about it.
We've had 6 shots now to their 3.
Yeah, better vibrancy at the start of that second half without a shadow of a doubt here. And Skip's gone bundling into one of the Northampton players there from completely nowhere. And it's going to be a free kick to
I'm
Northampton.
going to say with, if you don't mind me just saying, with Rssell Martin, when he seems to have his breaks, like his hydration breaks or his half-time breaks, he does seem to G the players up, doesn't he?
I think so. I think the halftime team talk would have been in the right sort of ballpark just to try and get a bit more out of them because, like we said, this is ultimately, with all due respect to Northampton, a League Two team. So you kind of want to be really asserting a bit more quality on this and just, you know, getting a little bit more braver in what you're trying to do. And the thing as well is, Chris, is like we've been pressed up higher this second half. Yeah, you might give up the ball a little bit more often if you're going to play some 50-50 balls, right? But if you're going to show the energy they've shown and winning it back as well as you're giving it up, then there's nothing to be lost, is there, than just over holding onto the ball and be a bit too pessimistic sometimes.
Definitely.
Leicester now passing the ball around the back, guys. Going to come down to this far side for Watson, getting one of his first touches, and he's going to lay it back off to Suter, trying to bring Northampton out a little bit here. Coley's waiting with the foot on the ball. Going to play it through to Skip. Nice pass to beat 2 Northampton players there. Skip's going to play it up here to Braybrook. Going to be an option here on the far side with Wes Burns, who looked like he's trying to make a sort of a jinking run there and then checked it to come back. And once again, we're going to hold up here and just press Northampton back in towards their penalty area. Once again, switch now down to this left-hand side with Watson. Watson coming inside here. Nice little pass around Decordova-Reid, trying to play a 1-2. Northampton read it quite well on the edge of the D there, and they're going to try and counter-attack it forward. But credit Suter's right back there to read it straight away, and Jacobs also giving out instructions. So no danger on that counter-attack.
I don't really want to say this, but are we looking comfortable? I mean, the stats, when I'm looking at the stats, that's saying comfy, but you can't always go on the stats, can you?
I think it's one of those where we're looking so comfortable now, especially in comparison to the end of the first half. It's actually a worryingly sort of comfort, because when you're British, something normally goes wrong at this point, doesn't it? You know,
Well,
but
when you're a Leicester fan, it does, yes. And
yeah.
obviously, if they get another one late on, it's penalties.
Well, exactly, yeah. I mean, I would like to see us find this second goal from somewhere now. I mean, I'm looking at Watson and Burns coming on, because I just think, especially when you compare what LTiDtv does, I mean, LTiDtv hasn't really got past his man that well in this game. Did make a good run to get an opportunity. We had a one-on-one, and then there was a good tackle coming back. I just think Burns and Watson are going to show a bit more energy in that regard. Watson's already come streaming into the centre of the pitch on the edge of the D from that left midfield position, just been a bit more, you know, mobile in his movement. That could hopefully get us this goal in a minute.
Guys, we've just hit the 100 in there. Thank you very much for that. Please do subscribe, like the video, share it if you know people who are Leicester fans.
Yeah, Northampton have a little flurry as we say that, and they've got a little bit of a mosh pit outside of our penalty area. Northampton kept winning the ball back. Luckily, we do a good job for Coley picking it up, and now there's a little scrap going on in the centre of the pitch because the referee's blown here, and Joseph's been pushing the Northampton midfielder Mensah there, who was trying to shield the ball away. So a little bit of fire coming up in this game now, guys, but interesting to see how when Northampton showed a little bit of energy there, got to credit Leicester. We equalled their levels of energy and commitment, which was good.
Yeah, and it's nice to see some of the youngsters showing a bit of bottle, isn't it? I mean,
Well,
not as long as it doesn't go OTT, obviously.
Well, no, exactly. But we talked about last season, where was the passion, right? Where was the desire? And it's nice to see that those academy players in particular in this game who have come into this side are actually proving a good balance against some more experienced heads we've had question marks around, right?
Yes. I mean, just looking here, giving the ball away a little bit. Two players went down. The ref says no. Play goes on, and they both got up. Who knew?
Yeah. Getting a bit
And then
physical.
another Leicester player goes down. Then again, it goes down, and this is where I think we're going to get the handbags.
No, that's it. We're going to see two changes from Northampton now, guys. As well. We've got Dyche coming on. I'm pretty sure he's actually the Sean Dyche's son, actually. He's come on, and I think also we're seeing Hoskins has come on as well for Swire. So they might have gone two up top here, Northampton.
Yeah.
Oh no, Dyche came off, sorry. Evans has come on. Was that right? Was that the wrong way around? No, he's not on the bench, is he? Huh. Oh no, no, Evans came off and then Dyche came on. Yeah, because they didn't have him down as Evans on the team sheets. That spun me out.
I'm even my text screen isn't up with you there, to be honest with you, mate. Oh yeah, Matthew Ward. Oh no, that was 64. That was a while ago.
Yeah. Here come Leicester now. Cody wants
Squires are off. Sorry, Squires off.
Yeah, it was easier for Northampton than Leicester because I didn't know the Leicester squad numbers until their BBC posted them.
No.
They've got to sort that out. We need squad numbers. If you go down for shirt printing today, you know, do we know these are going to be the squad number? I mean, I'm guessing the majority of them will be, but a bit bizarre, isn't it? Anyway, here come Leicester again now with Suter. Suter and Akoli marshalling.
So Hoskins is off. Simon Sawyer is on. And Dyche is off, and Lemonhall Evans is on.
No, it's the other way round. They've got it wrong on the graphic because Lemonhall Evans was already playing.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was updating it from that. You know.
No, I was as well, but it confused me because they've got it the wrong way round in the official stream. Would you believe it? They've got the substitutions the wrong way round. And here comes a hydration break, guys. Hydration break. Cheers, everyone. We're back. 1-0 with 20 minutes to go.
Can we hold on?
I'd like to see us get another goal here, especially from open play. Nice to get a goal from a set piece. Nice. We look okay from those set pieces so far, but would like to see someone like Wes Burns here just make that little bit of difference in getting us another goal.
Whilst we are on the hydration break, let me just have a spin of this.
Like it, share it.
That does get you going, doesn't it, eh?
It does. It was said in the chat we've managed to upgrade the music, and a credit to you, Chris, because we got. I mean, you had catchy music last year, but you've definitely upgraded it, mate. Well done to you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Yeah, what do you think? I mean, hydration breaks, do we really need them in this country? I don't think we do.
No, I don't, but I guess it's the way football's going. Hey, look, I'm not very keen on changing football, but perhaps there is some sort of very bizarre health and safety related argument to players and their health that you should probably do something like
Well,
that.
if it goes over a certain degree, like in the World Cup, I understand it. Because look, last time we played in Mexico, Jack Charlton, or in America, I should say, sorry, Jack Charlton blew his top because he was told off for giving his players a drink. But I just don't think... The problem is, like I say, it has to be every game in that league or no games at all.
Well, that's it. It's about being fair, isn't it? The game's back underway now, guys. Jacob's just put his foot through it here as there was a little bit of pressure coming from Northampton. Oh, this is a dangerous one. Ball forward from Northampton. Cody's not quite got his head on it well there. 3 Northampton players and a few Leicester players now getting back behind the ball. Strike from distance. Jacob reads it well, luckily. It's in the centre of the goal. Gets his arms around it. Just keeps the ball loose. And we'll just lay it off to Suter here. Oh, a half chance, I guess. If it bounced into the net and gone through him there, we'd be all absolutely having kittens, wouldn't we?
Of course we would. Northampton fans don't look happy, to be honest.
I don't think they've got anything to be too worried about. I think what they've had to do this game, they've done pretty well. I mean, we've not really created anything massively, great. And as I say that, they need to get played through again there, Chris. With 15 minutes to go, now's their time to really go out and try and get an equaliser in this game, isn't it? And they're still there, they're touching distance.
Yeah. 1-0, you're always in it. What, even if you're 1-0 down?
Yeah, and we'll be very frustrated if we end up going to extra time this, or we end up having a complete shutdown at the end. But anyway, here come Leicester again now. We're back with possession in their half, pressed up against them here. Suter once again pushed right over halfway. Going to be a nice 1-2 here with Watson, and a nice bit of commitment there from Luke Thomas. Watson trying to dance his way through 3 players, and it's on the volley from Cullen, and it's in, but it's going to be offside, I believe, here, guys. No, the referee's given it. The offside flag didn't go up. Looked to me like Cullen, the linesman didn't flag. All the Northampton players stopped and went, he's offside, because he was stood offside. It could have deflected probably and gone through, but the referee's gone no goal. But it was a nice immediate volley on the bounce and went into the top corner. You'll see it now coming up, Chris.
It is showing up on the scores.
Yeah, they've just ruled it out. And the linesman didn't flag, though, which is very bizarre. I'd love to see a replay of this because that was an opportunity there. And it was a nice finish, nice take on the volley. Rssell Martin's having a go at the 4th official there, saying he's got a flag, and he's right. They haven't shown a replay, guys. I think he was offside. My first indication was he's offside.
I'm just going to have a look at it now.
Yeah. You have a look at that, Chris. Northampton.
Oh, he took it well, but I have to say, I think he was offside.
Yeah, I'm surprised the linesman was probably having a little fag break there or something because he didn't seem to give that. But anyway, Northampton again for an opportunity there, maybe to get in there. It was like 3v3 at the back, but Skip's done a good job to bring it out. Here comes Watson.
The flag went up after he'd given it.
Yeah, it's a bit late, isn't it? Watson with a ball in there. The goalkeeper didn't claim it for Northampton. It's been headed behind Leicester corner here, 76 minutes on the clock.
Nice attempt, though.
Oh, it was a nicely taken finish. I mean, that's what you expect. That's what we've heard about Cullen and also Wes Burns a little bit as well, is that when they turn up, they sort of appear from nowhere and they'll score you a goal, right? Cullen's got that reputation at Swansea of being someone to get them a goal when they needed it. So it was a real nice finish. Just a shame, obviously, he was so far offside.
Sorry, I don't know whether Rssell Martin's saying the linesman has a flag or shove this pen up your arse, 4th official.
Something to do with a pen, isn't it? Corner from Leicester in towards the back post. The goalkeeper stood on his line there and he's been sort of held up somehow, gone down, and it's going to go out for another corner for Leicester on the far-hand side. He's claiming there was a bit of pressure on him there from a Leicester player because he jumped up for it, Chris, and sort of fell to the deck, the G-Cock, the goalkeeper for Northampton. It was a little bit from Skip, but it wasn't... He was making the most of that, but we're going to get another opportunity here.
Yeah. I mean, just talking, I mean, look, what is it about the goal? I mean, the referee has the final say. We know that. But what is the point of, I mean, I've heard refs say to linesmen, look, you give what you think and I will make a decision if I disagree with you.
Corner in again. G-Cock catches that one this time. It doesn't moan about it.
What is the point of them fucking putting his flag up because the referee says, oh, I've cancelled it. Oh, I better put my flag up then.
It's bizarre. I mean, the linesman does look like Ron Burgundy if he's on holiday. You see the picture of him. He's got a mustache here, and he looks like he doesn't look like a stereotypical linesman.
Is he the guy that I think you were talking about?
The character played by Will Ferrell in the film Anchorman, yeah.
Oh, no. I'm thinking he looks like a gentleman, allegedly, who was quite a bit of a porn star.
Oh, no, he does look like him as well, because he's got that sort of moustache. Yeah. I know who you mean.
Oh, my God. Thank you so much. I thought for a minute there you're going to say, I don't know, I've never seen him. And I'm in that thinking, oh, just me that watches porn.
I just thinking maybe that's why Will Ferrell named him Ron Burgundy, right? Because of the Ron thing. I don't know. But anyway, Louis Page is on for us guys as well here. I've not seen who has come off. They haven't brought it up on the screen yet, but Louis Page is on. I'm going to guess it might be Braybrook. We'll see.
Luton have gone 3-0 up against Gillingham.
No, Decordova Reed's off for Page.
Yay! Off the pace or off the pitch?
A bit of both on that one, I think, today, we'd argue. I think it means Cullen's going to go into like the false 9 role now.
So,
Northampton with the ball and a bit of possession here inside the Leicester half. And they're going to jink a long ball forward here. There's a bit of space here down on this far-hand side. Worm-Leighton's pushed right up here on the right-hand side for Northampton. They're going to keep possession. Dyche is going to flick a ball in towards the 6-yard box. Headed clear by Leicester as far as Louis Page on the edge of the penalty area. Got a bit of pressure coming on him here, but he's done very well just to shrug that off. And there's been a bit of a late tackle there on Louis Page. I hope he's all right. So it looked like one of those where he got caught on the ankle a little bit late. Referee has given it, luckily. And I can't see if the page is up.
And I'm staying in the commentators union here. The guy that's commentating, I think, on Sky Sports, has just got excited because he thought we were going to score, but they were showing the Cullen goal again.
Yeah, it's easy done, isn't it? I think they've had a bit of a mare today with their editing because they've been putting up the wrong substitutions as well as they've been going along. So. Here's a Coley now with the ball. Oh, that's a bit of a dead man's ball again. We've seen that. It's been picked up by Northampton. Luckily, the momentum of the ball took it all the way back to a Coley himself so he could shield it out for a throwing on the far-hand side. But just in line with our penalty area, Chris. 10 minutes to go. Northampton with another chance, guys.
Yeah.
This is the worry now. We've been so much the better team in this game, really, but we haven't got that second goal, and that's all it would have taken. The throw-in's going to go all the way back to the halfway line, at least, so we've got an opportunity to come out and press them again here for the ball. A nice little bit of triangle football from Northampton, but the pass doesn't find its maker, and it's going to come all the way forward to Leicester here, and there's been a bundle tackle there on Cullen, sorry. Cullen's done a good job of that. You talk about what Jordan A brought to the team last year, which was lots of falling over. At least the times Cullen's done it, he's won 3 kicks today for us, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, good, you got the message. Yeah, anyway, we take the free kick. Cody's going to lay it off to Suter directly on the halfway line. Sorry, mate, you were going to say something.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm just watching you, catching up. So, no, I was going to say, do you think, this was a potential banana skin, wasn't it?
Well, it might be now because Northampton are through, and here comes Jacob all the way out halfway into our half, and he gets his foot on it, luckily, and clears it out for a throwing. Bit of a mistake there between Suter and Coley, and that's the danger with the high press. And Northampton, though, were nearly through, Chris, one-on-one with Jacob, but fair play to him, he read it well. Ooh. Oh my word, and Jacob there's a really loose ball, and a Coley looks half asleep, and the Northampton player could have gotten the end of that. We're doing everything possible here, guys, in the last 2 minutes to completely sabotage what has been a pretty comfortable performance by making some really lazy, poor passes in between the back three there, including the goalkeeper. Now a chance for a counter from Leicester, but under a bit of pressure, and the Braybrook has not managed to get the pass through. Now he's down here, guys. This game's getting a little bit spicy and edgy. There's a Northampton player down on the sideline as well. Yellow card to Burns. Typical Leicester. Well said there, Gray. That is the worry, isn't it? You do all this good work and then you can let it slip after 82 minutes of good stuff. He's barely put a pass wrong today, Cody. Suter's had the one right, but is this the concern that I talked about, Chris, on the League One preview show with you? Like, I can't put us down to win the league like some people are because I'm just concerned we haven't got the profile defender to play this way.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you see what I mean? Again.
How the hell did a Coley get away with that one?
it was the lack of urgency as well, Chris. It was like he
Yeah.
didn't know what was going on. It was like he waited for the ball to come to him. There was two Northampton players running at him like two gazelles, you know? Oi, oi, oi. Change for Northampton. Evans is coming on. A different Evans this one. Lee Evans, I believe. Obviously the comedian. And then off we got playing on someone else.
Be no joke if he scored. Who got
No,
the
he
yellow
won't.
card, by the way?
It looked like Wes Burns to me. It didn't
Wes
come up on the
Burns.
screen, but Wes Burns went in a little bit late on someone as well.
Yeah, he
Well said,
committed the foul.
Andreas.
I didn't know whether he got.
Long ball forward from Northampton again, guys. Let's see if we can keep our composure because it looked like it was starting to slip a bit. Across there comes, I believe it was Luke Thomas, and wins the ball. And it's going to go behind for a Northampton corner. Hello.
Got some bad news for you, mate. Leyton Orient 1, Oxford United 0.
Well, I did put Leighton Orient to finish ahead of Oxford in the league table, so at least it shows my thinking of the situation wasn't as bad as I thought, right?
Stoke 2, Oldham 1. Well, I think I might have been right about Oxford, to be honest with you.
Here comes the corner from Northampton. It makes the 6-yard box. Cody does a good job there, unlike the last 2 minutes, and gets his head on it. Now there's going to be opportunity for Leicester to break. We've got Watson in particular making a high press here. They try and find Braybrook with a bit more of a looping cross rather than a direct one. It's going to come to Wes Burns, though. Wes Burns does a good job at spinning on the ball like a ballerina. Good job, mate. Comes inside the Libby Page and comes back across. Here we go. Bit of space on the far side, guys. Nice through ball to Wes Burns, who's back on the right side. Flicks it into the 6-yard box. 2 Northampton defenders waiting. One of them clears it out, and it's a throwing on the far side, which we're going to take quickly here. I'm seeing enough energy here where I think they realise there's a bit of worry if they don't, try and get a second goal here, just to make sure we do this, Chris.
Yeah, we are indeed. Jim Ralco, I mean, look, Jim, you loved him early, you hate him today. Only in America.
Well, you say that, I'd be slapping him around the head at full time ago, and you had such a good game, and then you do something daft like that. Focus, 24. You've got to be engaged all the time. Your head's got to be on a swivel. He just didn't look engaged for that moment, did he?
No.
But him and Suter have both had one today.
I just want to update you on something, because you did say earlier about extra time. There isn't any extra time. It's straight to penalties.
My apologies. Yeah, I get confused nowadays with these rules. They keep changing. I didn't know they were going to have water breaks in this, hydration breaks, and here we are.
No, I didn't.
Right?
No. Banana Man there, Banana 61. Just joined. You think it's rubbish like last season, or is there more positives? I think it's definitely the latter, isn't it?
I think so. There's, like anything in life, there's one or two little ghosts from the past that you can see are still haunting us. I mean, the style of football's better because we are more pressed up against the opposition in their final third. There's been a lot of times we've had like the Enzo thing where Suter and Okoli have been right outside the penalty area. Suter's had the opportunity from Okoli has had an opportunity for 2 long-range strikes in this game because that's where the space has opened up. The problem is when they're trying to play out from the back and doing silly things and they might get caught. Both Suter and Okoli have made one mistake in this game, and you could argue Northampton should have scored from at least one of them.
Yes. Against better opposition.
Yeah, they would have taken it. Here comes some subs here, guys, quickly. Cullen's coming off, and we're going to see, I believe, is that Luco or Koulibaly? I'm trying to see who it is. Hamza Chowdhury's coming on as well, which is interesting, guys.
For fuck's sake.
Yeah, I know. That was my fault. I hate to admit it, but there's a bit of legacy there, isn't it?
I suppose that's to try and just, hold things up.
I believe so. It looks like they're too defensive-minded sort of changes here. It's amazing. Every time the cameraman's looked at a substitution this game, he hasn't shown you who's coming off. I saw Cullen came off. Here we go. It's a Luca on for Joseph. Right, and it's Cullen off for Chowdhury. There we go. And we've got about 4 minutes to go. Maybe 3 minutes to go.
Who's off for Chowdhury, sorry?
Cullen. So we've dropped the centre forward for another midfielder. But looking at the shape, just looks to me like Hamza's gone into a free and central midfield with Skip still sat behind them. Aluko's a direct, like for like, right back for right back. Hamza is on, I'm off. I'm not surprised. Ball over the top. Watson can't win it. Been shielded back to the Northampton goalkeeper. Watson's right up there on the Northampton keeper.
Is this Leicester saying we're going to settle for 1-0?
Well, a little bit, but the shape hasn't changed, Chris. I just think it's Yeah, interestingly enough, I think maybe it's the physicality of winning that ball back in the 50-50s. That's the only argument I can see. Hamza's now back at right back trying to defend here against Wormleighton. Wormleighton's going to get a cross across. Luckily for us, it was a little bit sloppy and it's gone straight to Jacob there. But that's twice now Wormleighton on that right-hand side from Northampton's got a bit free into some space.
Burton Albion 1, Blackburn 2, and I'm sorry, Tom, it gets worse. Leyton Orient 2, Oxford United 0.
Yeah, well, I'm a Leicester fan. Oxford, is what it is. I don't really like Oxford after last year, what they did to us.
No.
Here we go. Leicester got possession anyway, guys. It was there Cody trying to play it through the central midfield. We do lose it straight away, though, because we can't get a grip on the ball there, which is a bit of a shame. Northampton, they're going to give the ball up. No, Braybrook couldn't get control of that. And now it's going to come down to this far side here. Once again, Wormleighton for Northampton, who's looked to bring a lot of energy for them since he's come on. He's gone down under a bit of pressure there from Watson. The referee says nothing doing. Now we got a 4-3 for Leicester here. Come on, guys, show a bit of energy and take it. Braybrook lays it off onto his left-hand side. Here's Watson. Crosses it in the 6-yard box, but there's no one there, guys. Weak little pass into the edge of the 6-yard box. No Leicester player there. They were all ahead of the play. And that's a bit problematic. You've got to look up and use your head there, Mr. Watson.
2.25 minutes to go, plus obviously any stoppage time, which I'm guessing will be 3 minutes again.
Here comes Northampton, 1-on-1 at the back here, and it's Suter here wrestling up with a Northampton forward. Luckily, the referee doesn't want to give anything as a Northampton player hits the deck inside the penalty area. Just a bit of grappling 50-50 between the two of them. And now we're just going to hold on to the ball a little bit here as he gets back to his feet. Northampton coming off us and backing off us. Going to see how much added time there's going to be in a minute here. Ball played up to the far side. Here comes Aluko now. Can he use some of that pace? Slightly overhits the ball and it's going to go to a Northampton player. And now they'll look to counter us in the central midfield. They have a pass on there, but I think he's going to be offside. They tried to chip it through. There was an offside trap played by Coley. Jacob's going to take the ball under control and now throw it out to Suter.
Overall thoughts, Tom?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's funny because there's nothing I wasn't already concerned about from the small things I'm concerned about that I haven't seen in this game. It's playing out from the back with a certain profile defender we have that concerns me, and just a little bit more bravery in the final third. We still seem a little bit cautious or a little bit, carrying the ghost from the past there. Strike from Watson just on the edge of the D there, and unfortunately it's been
Do we know
blocked
how
away.
many minutes, by the way, mate?
Hasn't come up yet, Chris. As soon as it will. Here comes Aluko now winning the ball back. Gets a strike away over the top of the crossbar. He thought about making a pass. Saw there was no pass on. Saw there was a channel through to the goal there and just put it over the top of the crossbar. Still haven't announced it yet. We're into the 90th minute, but they haven't said how much added time here. Yeah, Aluko had a double think there. Yeah, just the final third for me. It's a little bit more bravery, a little bit more individual quality to do something. 8 minutes of added time. Where the hell has that come from?
8?
8 minutes of added time.
What
Crazy.
the fuck?
I know, crazy. Prashant, game stats, a lot of possession for Leicester. Must be about 75% plus, mate. Northampton, one or two little things. Northampton actually had more general shots in the first half, although none of them really got on target. We've had more shots on target second half than they have. And a loose ball again from Cody there. Here come Northampton. A bit of space here on this far right-hand side. Saunders will cross into the box, and it's going to be deflected behind for a Northampton corner from Suter. 7 minutes to go, and it's funny with that added time being shown, Chris, it's given Northampton a bit of a lift here, but are we switching off right at the end? It looks like we're switching off a bit at the back in particular.
Well, somebody just said same old Leicester if that's the case.
Yeah, they can't think job's done here. I mean, I would still not be giving them high fives after this one. I'll still be chewing a few of them out because I think they need to have a better standard than this going forward. Corner comes in now to the edge of the 6-yard box. There's going to be a kick on the head there of Skip, who went down to head it, and the referee's given it as a free kick to Leicester City. No, it was actually Watson getting his head down there, so well done to him. And now the goal kick, the free kick, he looks like a goal kick, so we're taking him so short. So the free kick's taken by Jacob. Going to be laid off to the centre-backs between Suter and Okoli again. Comes up to Aluko. Aluko down to Skip. Funny, because we have seen this sort of play under Cifuentes, and when they do it around the back, I'm very nervous. When we high up the pitch, I'm not so worried, obviously, but Luke Thomas there goes hip to hip with a Northampton player. The referee has given it in favour of Leicester there, and rightly so. I think the Northampton player is saying that's ridiculous because it was a 50-50. And he's now gone in the book for his protestations there. So another yellow card. Saunders of Northampton Town goes into the book as we hit 92.5 minutes gone. So still
I
five
tell you
and a
what,
half
one
to
of the
go.
good things about you being in advance is that I can enjoy the game.
Oh, good, mate. Good. I'm trying not to
Well,
speak
no,
over you
the
too
thing is,
much.
I think you're like, because if they score, I'll hear you go and say it, and I'm thinking, oh, they're attacking. No, they can't have scored. Tom's not said anything.
It's definitely easier to have the person ahead leading, because I was having to remember things that happened 2 minutes ago when you were talking about them and refer back to them in the first half. So yeah.
I see. Yeah, I've just seen Ron, whatever he's called again. No, and I'm getting that in this half, mate.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, it does. Yeah, of course it does. Here's Luke Thomas, anyway, as we come over into their half again. Probably just keep hold of the ball here now a little bit. I mean, I still would like to see us get another goal here just to put this one to bed and really try and finish it. Hamza's fine, Hamza. Try to feed through to Watson. It's going to go all the way through to G-Cock in the goal for Northampton. He will just kick it long here. Cody shields it across and Aluko takes responsibility for the loose ball and he will play it back to Suter. Jacobs stood there outside the penalty area as well. Let's hope he doesn't fall to Northampton player and someone shoots him 40 yards, because once again, it's back to the days of Marasco where you got the goalkeeper stood outside the penalty area. And as I say that, Suter plays a pretty poor pass there to Louis Page, who comes under a lot of pressure from three Northampton players, but luckily we'll come away with it. And Luke Thomas again draws a very nice foul there to take the pressure off us. And we're halfway through the added time. It's still 1-0. And Stuart said we need to stop playing out from the back. It is a bit concerning, isn't it? Because I said this. My only concern is I don't think we've got the personnel to do this. You know.
No. Sorry, just distracted there. Preston in the 93rd minute have just equalised against Huddersfield. But all the full times are slowly coming in now. Yeah, sorry, what was the question, mate? Sorry.
No, I don't. I asked one, mate. No, I don't. There's going to be a corner to Leicester here now anyway, as we get to halfway through this.
Derby are out, everybody.
Derby
Derby
are
have
out.
lost to Lincoln.
They lost to Lincoln at home. That's a bad start
1-2.
to their season.
Yeah. Burton Albion are out. They lost 2-1 at home to Blackburn.
Louis
Bristol
Page
Rovers are out, lost to Peterborough. There's a lot. There's also been a flurry of sending offs all over the place as well.
Louis Page's corner comes in. No Leicester player getting on the end of it, sadly. Headed clear by Northampton. They tried to bring it away towards the far side of the pitch, and they've taken it out of play. So we're going to keep the pressure on in their half with another throwing to us. So Luco matching up with Warburton there, the new striker for Man City. Now Northampton will win that throwing. So is there going to be another opportunity for the visiting side here? I mean,
it's all over at Leyton Orient 2, Oxford United 0, Cardiff 3, Swindon 2, Bradford 2, Rochdale 0. Look, this is would be so typical of Leicester, wouldn't it?
It would, yeah. I mean, we've been the better team in this game. I still want to see more, and that's not me being like negative for negative's sake. I mean, it's a 1-0 win the way it is looking at the moment, right? But I just think when it comes to League One, we've got to show a bit more quality in that final third. The only goal we scored today is from a set piece. Got to find a bit more quality there, and the passing back to the back terrifies me immensely.
But in fairness, would a Coley have been there if Nelson had been fit?
Hard to know, isn't it? I think he's liked a Coley throughout this pre-season, really, hasn't he? I wonder if Nelson might have gone in for Suter. I wonder if Suter might have gone already if Nelson was fit. Maybe, because there was that talk that he was going to go, but he seemed to have backed down on that. Throwing to Northampton here as we get towards the last couple of minutes. They're going to take it short here on this near-hand side. Bit of pressing coming from Louis Page high up the pitch here to try and shield them back. Goalkeeper for Northampton's out towards the halfway line. Going to chip it up to the far right-hand side of the pitch. Going to be taken down really well. Aluko's one-on-one, but the offside flag is raised. And luckily for us, it will be a nice defensive line there.
I'm going to give you this score, which is not a Carabao Cup score, but I'm just going to give it anyway. And that's Harrogate Town 5, Solihull Motors 2. I mean, that's a game you want to be at, isn't it? And that's still going on. That's still being played. Wimbledon have just equalised against Newport.
Leighton crosses the ball in here. Oh my word, the positioning of Jacob there scared me half to death. We gave the ball up again, Chris, at the back there. Leighton's coming down that far side, ex-Leicester Academy, crosses it in, and Jacobs at the near post sort of stood on the edge of the 6-yard box. And if it goes over him as an open goal, I'm very surprised to see his positioning there. He does worry me sometimes, but all three of those have at times today.
Yes. Yeah. Still want 2 or 3 more players. Look, they've come out and said that they definitely want an extra centre back, haven't they?
Oh, I think we need 2 if we're going to play like this, to be honest, because my this is the thing, right? It's been said that it's the manager's decision, and the other thing as well is we haven't got a lot of big players, so we can't really go hoofing the ball long every time because we've got no one over 6 foot apart from maybe the chap who's going to sign this week from the Bosnian striker, right? So
Yeah.
I mean, going long, we're just going to give the ball away most times. Yellow card for Watson here as it gets a little bit mosh pitty towards their goal. But yeah, so I get the playing out from the back, but I think if that's the foundation of what Rssell Martin wants to do, I'm just very surprised it hasn't been a priority to get some ball playing defenders in this window.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stoke
were playing Oldham, a bit like a big gap there, like more than ours actually. It's only been Stoke 2, Oldham 0, Crew 2, Accrington 1.
Last chance for Northampton, played into the penalty area from a set piece, gone all the way through to Jacob, luckily for us. And I think the referee might blow there, Chris. There's something that's going on. They're just waiting a second here. Yeah, it looks like he's blown. They're shaking hands. We have won by 1-0, but we had to survive that last free kick into the box.
Full time, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back in a few minutes. We'll have the guys in, and we'll talk about our first pre-season. My God, I was a late booking there for another Leicester player. Who got that late booking?
I just missed it because I was looking at the chat. Yeah,
interesting. Tom Watson.
Yeah, Watson got one. Yeah, I mean, interesting. There's been a little bit of fire there, hasn't there?
Yes. Right, guys. Let's just back in a few minutes, as they say. Indeed. Full time. Leicester City 1, Northampton 1. Was the result more important than the style of play, the performance? That was what I was looking for. Because I think if we'd lost this, I think I would hate to think what the crowd might have ended up doing whatever. So I think the score was probably better. Yes, it was. Yeah, I think it was grey. Look, 1-0, potential banana skin. We came through it. If you've got all that to sort of to consider, if you like, and look, we were on top. Any other team apart from Leicester would be looking at that and going, do you know what? We're probably going to win this, but being Leicester, of course, it wouldn't. Jim's waiting to come in. We're just waiting for Wayne, who, just as I say his name, pops in, and he's in colour. I believe he's in colour. Right, let me come back and let me just find something to do first here, and I'll bring them in. Gentlemen, good evening. Good evening. How are you? Jim, let me ask you, I've just said there, result more important than the performance?
We got the victory. There was a lot of concerning facts that went on during the game, but we got the victory.
Wayne, I mean, nice to see that you're no longer starring in The Omen, but was to you again? Was the result more important than the performance?
Well, I did have me down as Leonidas from 300 Spartans, Chris. But anyway, if you want to call me Omen looking, that's fine, mate. But no, I was really disappointed with that, to be honest. I think it highlighted our weaknesses really well. And if I was Rssell Martin, I'd be thinking, holy crap. Because I think Sutar and Akoli at the back, they are very poor, very poor. They're not good enough.
Both, I mean, Jim, you went from wanting Akoli's babies to chucking him out the house within the space of a match. I mean, were they both bad or?
Well, first of all, I think it was Nate. Somebody was saying something about Akoli, and I agreed. I said I like Akoli, but as the game wound down, I didn't like that kind of Akoli. He has his moments. Tom was right. He's a physical player with the talents, but what he did, the gaffes he had up here, it was just, Wayne's right. That kind of play from Akoli is not good enough, and it will kill us in the long run. I think Suter's better than what he showed out there today. But no, I was kind of agreeing with Nate, but that Akoli that we saw down the stretch, no, that's not good enough. We'll get eaten alive.
Is it, Wayne, the defender's fault, or is it the fact that it's just playing out from the back? You know, you've got a goalkeeper who a couple of times played it out to a defender, and we saw it so often last season that was being marked by a couple of opposition players.
Well, that's the interesting thing, isn't it? So what's interesting is you got Akoli thinks he's better than he is. There's one bouncing ball where he was in position to head the ball. He stood still. One rule of football is when somebody passes the ball to you, if you stand still, somebody can come in between the ball and you. When somebody passes the ball to you, you move towards the ball to make sure you get there first. And Akoli, that bouncing ball, he just stood still and the defender got in front. Akoli, Tom highlighted it in the chat, in the watch-along. He said, what's Akoli doing playing that ball to a guy that's marked? And yet, the ball came loose. Aluko got the ball. He was being chased down. Aluko was able to evade the tackle, brought the ball into space and curled the ball round the Northampton player to hit Luke Thomas. And that's the difference. Some people have the ability and the brain space to know where they need to be, position there, to not do stupid, idiotic, easily readable passes. And Akoli just does that all the time. I'm sorry, Akoli. It's like, to me, it reminds me of Daka and Ayew. It's just, are we that desperate that we settle in for these below average playing a League Two team, and they are making our defenders look idiots? And I'm sorry, Akoli and Sutar, they looked idiots today. They looked like they were only like local park playing players. I'm sorry.
They look like the League Two players. They look like League Two players playing against.
I'm going to say, Wayne, don't, get off that fence. Say what you...
Do you know what? I hate mediocrity being rewarded like the players' contracts last year. And I'm sorry, Akoli, the way he walks around as well, he actually thinks he's a ball-playing defender. You can see it in his body language. But my goodness me, he does not know when a player's around him. He cannot pass the ball to feet. And in the key moments, he cannot make a lot of his passes, like that pass that Tom highlighted, he chose to pass that ball. So in his brain, he thought, right, okay, it's okay to make that pass to my midfield player that is being closely marked. And what happened? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I am sick of that kind of shitness, to be honest.
Wayne, LTiDtv. Let me just quickly give you time to calm down. I'm just going to run through the results here. Maybe a few surprises in there. Cambridge United 2, Barnet 1. Queen's Park Rangers Millwall looks like it's gone to penalties. Wimbledon Newport County has gone to penalties as well. Although they're still playing, it will be going to penalties. Barnsley 1, Wigan 1, Bradford 2, Rochdale 0, Bristol Rovers 0, Peterborough 1, Bromley 1, Reading 1, penalties. Some of these are still going on. Burnley 1, Notts County 1, Burton Albion 1, Blackburn Rovers 2, Cardiff City 3, Swindon Down 2, Crewe 2, Accrington 1, Derby 1, Lincoln 2, probably the first surprise. Fleetwood beat Chesterfield 1-0. Gillingham lost 3-0 at Luton. Grimsby lost 3-1 at Blackpool. Some team in the East Midlands called Leicester beat the Cobblers 1-0. Leyton Orient 2, Oxford United 0. Norwich 4, MK Dons 1. Preston and Huddersfield 1-1. Salford and Shrewsbury 1-1. Sheffield Wednesday 1, Bolton Wanderers 0. Wow, wouldn't have expected that. Stockport 1, Doncaster 1. I don't know if any of these are actually updated. Stoke 2, Oldham 0. Swansea 0, Birmingham 1. Watford 1, Crawley 0. West Ham 3, Portsmouth 1. And there's a few games on tonight as well. I've got to say, Tom, just to sort of sidetrack slightly, big surprise there, Derby County.
Yeah, well, it's going to happen, isn't it, when you have the EFL Cup for the first week as well, isn't it? And I said about this in the pre-match. I said it's funny to put the League Cup games first this year because it can, in some ways, a week before the real season gets underway, cause a mini complex for a side, can't it? In some ways, like we're talking about Leicester, I mean, yeah, it's a wonder-win, job done, well done, everyone, but it still highlights, really, and I think we'll talk about more the things that we think are still missing from the team rather than actually celebrating a win, right? Because I think it's a sort of game that highlights that, isn't it? Like a lot of them will.
I'm just going to highlight update on a couple of those. Barnsley 1, Wigan 1. Barnsley won 6-5 on penalties. Millwall won 2-0 on penalties against Queen's Park Rangers. That wasn't a very good penalty shootout, was it? You've got Wimbledon and Notts County are at 4-4 at the moment. And that's all. Oh, yeah. Penalties 4-3, Preston over Huddersfield. That's still going on. Salford 2, Shrewsbury 2 on penalties as well. Right, let's get a look at this game. I mean, I think they've done this for a while, though, haven't they, Tom? Let me just come back to you first of all. They've done this for a while because it's just we've never been in the first round of the Carabao Cup before. Yeah,
probably. Yeah, it's getting used to our new station, isn't it, of where we are. I mean, when you look at the overall performance, it's funny because I said this going back to when Rssell Martin was appointed, Chris, didn't I? We did the appointment shows. I said Rssell Martin is only going to be as good as what we have to work with and what he has to work with, playing the sort of system he does. And I just look at the game today and I go, we had a 1-0 win. We scored from a set piece. I still think there was a few question marks about those centre-backs, which was concerning me throughout all the summer when I was seeing very little movement in regard to that, especially from the style of centre-back we're going to be playing. Wayne's already had a nice little talk about Okoli there, and it's funny you mentioned Ayew and Daka because the way that happened and the way these things play out, he could end up becoming in a similar vein to they were last season for this football club if he's not careful. He needs to be engaged for 90+ minutes, and he seemed to switch off a bit there, didn't he? But then you also go to the top end of the pitch and you go, I think Cullen looks okay. I think Wes Burns looks okay. But when you play this style of football, the reason Enzo Maresca did so well was because we had that little bit of added flair. We had Fatawu. Even then, Mavididi was playing a little bit better. We had Jamie Vardy's energy just at that top end of the pitch. I do wonder, and it does concern me, if we don't have that little bit of flair you kind of need, because when you're playing this system, it is dependent on the quality of players you've got. So I kind of feel a little bit vindicated in the wrong way of that. I'm not quite sure we got the personnel right yet, but some of the young players played well today.
Jim, before we get onto the game itself, having watched that, Jamie was on, we're on Piss the League here and all this. Does that give you any confidence that we're going to piss the league?
I still feel strongly that we're going to win the league. Tom is right. This game did highlight some deficiencies we need to straighten out. We need to straighten out our center backs. We need to straighten out who's going to play up top. Bobby Dakova-Reed is not going to be our striker. I think we went – I thank you. I mentioned his name. Sorry, Chris. I think we've gone away from the open play we saw in preseason. We played fast. We played in a lot of open spaces. We played a lot of long balls. There's no long balls today. None. We couldn't get through the midfield. And I don't know if that's – Tom would probably know something they can work on, something in alignment, in a strategy or whatever. But we just didn't – the young players that we have with their quickness and their speed and their creativeness, that's what we showed in preseason. Now, granted, preseason we had a mixture of weak opponents and they had some decent opponents. But my point is this. We had creativity, speed, open play, long balls. We saw none of that today. And what did we trade it for? We traded for a clogged up midfield. We traded for a back line that were horrendous in their passing. So I think a long answer to a short question, I think Rssell Martin's got his work in store for him in this next week. He's got to shore out that back line. And I think he's got to open things up. This 4-1-4-1, I think the young players loved it. The players were playing well with it. Even Skip was following up and playing throughout the field in the first couple preseasons. But, yeah, it didn't look like what we saw before. Now, give credit to Northampton. They may have, well, since we played them already, they saw what we played, how we like to play. Maybe they came out strategic and said, this is how we're going to clog up the midfield. But that high press they played at the end, God, that was scary. Every Leicester fan was probably sitting on the edge of their seat. Are we going to be able to withstand? So props to them for that. We've got some work in store for us. I just want to see some more open play.
Thank you very much. And that concludes the post-match there. We've done it all in one. I think the question was, and I don't know if I actually got an answer in all of that, Jim, to be honest with you. You've covered the whole match there, so there's not a lot left to talk about. But I think the question was, does that give you confidence that we're going to win the league? Was there a yes or no in there at all?
Yeah, I said yes. I still think we will. But
Sorry,
I said we got a lot of work in store for us.
I must have lost it.
But also, Chris, sorry, but Jim did send me a text saying, come on, boys, hang in there. And I texted him back saying, hang in there against Northampton. That's a little...
Yeah, if we don't, we'll be playing with them.
Two relegated teams who are up against each other. I want to come back to this Akoli and Sutar thing, Wayne. Had Ben Nelson been fit, would you have played him? And I asked this of Tom earlier. And if so, who would you have dropped out the Akoli and Sutar partnership?
Well, it's interesting because as fans viewed or guessed that Rssell Martin was using this as the last game of the pre-season because of the way he was setting up the pre-season games against Genoa and that. But so I did think he might start Sutar anyway. But no question, Nelson would have started. But honestly, I when I was watching Sutar, and when you watch him collect the ball with the ball, he gave me Vestergaard oil tanker vibes. That guy almost looked like he was a tree trunk, a sequoia or something, really strong, but just not very mobile. And I'm thinking, that's not a good look. And with Akoli's decision making, which they got a shot off towards the end on target because Akoli got mugged for the ball, thought he got too much time, more time than he thought. So for me, it's interesting because Tom said we need to look at the two centre halves, and especially with Nelson going. I do think we've got so much wing play, midfielders signed. We need a centre half, no question, because those two centre halves today, I'm sorry, if Rssell Martin thinks any of those are suitable to guide us to a strong defensive display through the season, I think he's delusional.
Again, was it Sutar or was it Akoli? I didn't realise. I didn't hear you say who you would have dropped for him.
I think I would have tried Sutar, just an experiment because it's the last pre-season.
I
So
think
you
when you
tried-
argue between Suter and Nelson at times last season looked a bit like a Cody on occasion, where he didn't have the necessary experience
Yeah.
to handle it. Suter looked a bit more experienced, but once again, neither one is particularly that perfect, I don't think, for the role. Sorry, Chris, you've gone now.
No, I'm back. I just thought there was a knock at the door.
Not a horse's head, Chris.
No, not more food. Not more food. I got my money delivered earlier. You missed that one, but yeah. So a lot. And we said before we think Suter's going to be stopping. I think he had a pretty decent game, apart from. And we're going to come to you with this one, Jim, because I don't think Tom actually saw this. 40 seconds in. And Suter nearly had a lobotomy, didn't he?
He sure did. I mean, as we talked earlier, it's like he meant to pass it. He thought he was passing it to our player, but it happened to have a white jersey on. Yeah, that was a huge mistake. And we were so fortunate that the guy played it off his right foot and it went right to Jacob, right to him. If he'd have played it off his left foot, he had that whole left side of the goal. So we were very fortunate.
And I mean, not just that. And I've got here sort of the first 10 minutes, this playing out the back, I just don't like it. But it's what they were doing, but they weren't doing it very well, Jim.
No, they weren't. I mean, that was one of the key takeaways that we must, I mean, underline must fix, because our passing was just dreadful across the back line. They were kicking soft passes that the attackers are getting to them before any of our players they meant to pass to, and sometimes it looked like we didn't even know where we were passing it. So no, we've got to shore up that back line passing.
Yeah. Phil, I'm a bit confused about what game you're watching here. Because if we'd won, we'd have got 3 points, and it was a cup game anyway, so we don't get any points. But I'm sure you know what you're trying to say there.
Soccer ball, Chris. This word soccer's coming up too many times.
It is, isn't it? It is. Paddleball, isn't that another one as well? That maybe we should take that up. Wayne, when we went 1-0 up after 15 minutes, and look, I called it an eggy type of goal earlier because it was scrambled into the net a bit. But they all count. You know, we don't care how they go in. If it goes in, we've always said if it goes in off, Daka's arse, we didn't mind. But 1-0 up, Tom was very excited because it was from a set piece.
Yes, Ingswick. I think the corners have worked. That's the one thing I will say. Like, I've got criticisms with regards to the way some things are being handled pre-season, but I think the set piece taking, ironically, I just think it's been really good. The in-swingers are working. Braybrook on the left, Thomas on the right, and Thomas, I think he's got a really good delivery on him. And yeah, Akola. Look, have we found a Wes Morgan, Huth, Tags, Elliott, Walsh? I don't think so. But the ball kind of came through to him, and I think he headed it without realising it, and the ball trundled over the line. So, yeah, Stevie Claridge, shin a job, isn't it?
Tom, I thought you were quite excited that we got a goal from a set piece after the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, we were. Yeah, I was actually. Yeah, because it's something we generally started bad that last season and got worse at, wasn't it? So to stop that decline is always good. I mean, that is one positive of Akola, I mean, it's amazing how many defenders we have at this football club that sometimes we go, well, they're all right at the top end of the pitch, but get worried about them at the back end of the pitch, which is their primary position a little bit, isn't it? But no, that was good to see. And there's going to be a lot of need for that this season because, as we saw from the attacking side of it today, we didn't quite have enough for me in regard to the creativity side of the game to really be able to go on and win this game 2 or 3-0. And you need that bit of flair, don't you? So if that's going to be the case, and we're going to face teams that are going to do the Northampton style of very much parking people behind the ball and making it difficult to play through the middle, you've got to take your set piece opportunities, haven't you? And we're going to need to score a few this year. So no, it was encouraging to score from that, definitely, mate.
And Jim, I mean, were you disappointed that having gone 1-0 up, we seemed to stop playing from around the back for a while, but we didn't go on and capitalise on it, did we?
No, we didn't. We didn't. I mean, like what would happen last year, we would score, and then we would just sit back, and the other team would take over. We just kind of were there. We weren't attacking. We weren't playing good defense. So it was kind of a quagmire. What were we doing? And that's, once again, that's another concern going forward. We've always said, keep your foot on the gas. Keep your foot on the gas. You strike first, you need to get the second one, because the second one puts all the pressure on them. And we didn't do that. We didn't really have a lot of serious chances after that first goal. I mean, we had them coming into our stadium playing us at home. We got the first goal. We should have capitalized and got another goal, but we really didn't put any efforts into it. So yeah, it was very disappointing.
I've got to mention this. Sorry, guys, but the old hydration break. I'm just reading here to see if this is going to be a new thing. It says, I'm just reading here, this is on Talk Sport. If there's one thing that English football fans did not want to see introduced to the game this season, it was hydration breaks. So why did some fixtures in the Carabao Cup first round on Saturday see a pause in play called by the referee for a drink? They were booed in a lot of games. Halfway through each half in multiple ties across the country, including at West Ham's London Stadium and Leicester City's King Power, a break was called to the teams to take on some fluid. And they said the fans were booing. I'm just trying to see here if it's going to be policy or not. It doesn't really say as always.
I'm going to guess that the weather was relatively warm today, so perhaps it fell into the category of, 20 over 25, isn't it?
Yeah, I get that, but we've been there before. It's not the first time that we've had that heat in this country. I'll take you back to 1976 and the big freeze, the big drought then and everything, Wayne. Didn't have hydration breaks then, did they? Or were they just men that were playing football then, rather than some of the sissies that we've got these days?
Oh, how dare you, Chris? How very dare you? Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? I was surprised, and I literally went straight on the app to find out what the temperature was, because to me it didn't feel that warm. You know, when you've been working out in 28, 29, 30s, 26s, these are elite athletes as well. You know, their bodies are functioning at the top level of what your bodies can do. So, you know, and that's the thing that surprised me about this game. So Rssell Martin, you know, is really sort of gone on about, you know, the players were doing double sessions before we played what Spanish team did we do? 3-3. Yeah, they did the double session. And we thought, oh my God, we've got a really super fit side that can play the high pressing game. But I didn't see evidence that in this game against the League Two side. I expected more dynamism and more front-footed players. And it did remind me of Cifuentes' promises when he took over. And this game kind of, I literally said, if somebody said to you, this is Cifuentes' first game in charge, I'd say, yeah, I think it is his first game.
Jim, we'll come back to you because, look, I get why they had hydration breaks in the World Cup. It was it's hotter in the likes of Florida and, you know, southern states in the USA and obviously in Mexico as well. And remember that from, say, Jack Charlton and the last time it was in America. But I'm looking here. I mean, it says here there were breaks in play during the first round clashes purely down to the decision of the officials in charge. So that official is probably being told that it's this temperature or it's that temperature. It's like having VAR in one game. Look, Derby lost today. They could argue, say, well, we didn't have a hydration break, so the players were knackered. If we'd had the hydration break, we could have gone on and got a draw and taken it to penalties. It's totally unfair to do it in one and not in the other. And look, it wasn't 26 degrees in America during the World Cup. It was a hell of a lot hotter than that. I mean, it is a case of this game is being played by pansies these days, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can get the one side that'll say, hey, this is for the benefit of the safety of the athletes. But as you said, and Wayne said, not only are they world-class athletes, they're training. Look at Leicester. They're training. They were training this past week in that heat. It's one of those, if it's not broke, don't fix it. I mean, this is a tradition in English football and really world football, is to not have hydration breaks. Why? I mean, you're right. The World Cup, maybe there was a need, but you can't just randomly apply it going forward, whether it be in cup games, whether it be in the different leagues, League One. Oh, I'd like to see if they do it in the Premier League now. No, I'm not. The only small positive that I see for Leicester fans is I think Rssell Martin does a great job coaching up his players during those breaks. He doesn't just sit on the sideline and let them drink the water, talk to the physios, and then they go back out. He coaches them up. So it's an extra chance for him to coach. However, for the entirety of the game and across the country, is there a need? I don't see it.
No. Like I said, and I think with the World Cup, if it's in Africa, like in Morocco, next time, if it is going to win the final, allegedly, if Infantino gets his way, will be in Morocco. I'm not saying that he did that to get any votes or anything, just mentioning it. But if you're in northern Spain, it can be the same as here. And I'm looking at Leicester here, Tom. I mean, you just said 26 degrees today. Tomorrow it's 28, Monday 24, Tuesday 27, Wednesday 30th, Thursday 33, Friday 28. So I'll tell you what we're going to do, Tom. Don't know what set these little puny football players at all. From Wednesday, when it hits 27, on Tuesday 27, Wednesday 30th, Thursday 33. Let's cancel training. Can't do training. Too hot. Too hot, sir.
It is bizarre, isn't it? Because I joked in one of the other shows about pre-season and how you go away to a training camp somewhere. And we see it where a lot of teams at Christmas will go to places like Dubai, won't they, for conditioning and fitness training. And I joked, is that really what you need in this country? Sure, you need a week in Stoke, in the piss and cold and rain, don't you? Because that is what the weather's going to look like. So I get it from both sides of it. It's not that big of a concern for me either way, to be completely honest. I think it can get blown out of proportion a little bit. But I will say, if it is this sort of heat, then you kind of got to probably have a break. It makes sense. If it's anything lower than this and they're still doing it week in, week out, I think it will be stupid. But I also don't think they do it. And the problem is, of course, I know the temperatures are going to be slightly different in places, and you talk about fairness and stuff like this, right? I mean, there's no way we can get around that. You can't just have a blanket temperature in the country unless everyone starts playing inside arenas.
No, but you either have one or you don't have one.
I don't think you could be as absolute.
In the Carabao Cup doesn't apply until about the quarterfinals or something, because the smaller teams that are in it don't have VAR. So look, if we'd have gone out today, Jim, and lost that game 2-1 without a break, and Derby had have beaten whoever they were playing 1-0 because they had breaks, would we not have a thing of saying, hang on a second, we should have had a break? Our players were knackered at the end.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, I wouldn't. I think if there's a need that people are falling out in the stands, it's so hot that they can't, maybe. But I wouldn't say just because one team had it and won and one team didn't have it at another stadium and lost. No, I don't think they would have a leg to stand on. There could be complaints, but no.
Yeah, but is it fair?
I'm about doing it consistent across the board. But to your early point, and I know we're spending a long time on hydration break, but to your first point, you said consistency, and you said putting it in the hands of a center official. If that center referee, each match has it, yes or no, you might play one, and he might say, I'm not hot out here, so we're not having it. Or the next guy could be sweating his balls off, and he calls it. I just want consistency. Make it across the board. Either have it all the time or not have it at all.
I think if we're worried about hydration breaks being the difference between winning and losing, we should take a bit more accountability for us winning on the pitch in the first place, to be completely honest.
Yeah, and also, how many people are going to gigs at Hyde Park this weekend, going to be sweating the nads or tits off, and they're going to be, you know, I'm sorry, the performers don't say, is everybody okay? Shall we have an hydration break? No, we're in the middle of a concert, we've got the vibe, let's get on with the bloody thing.
Although in Live Aid, they did turn the hose pipes on the crowd, didn't they?
Yeah.
Interestingly, though, Wayne, and you're going to love me for you'll be able to do the mic drop in a minute because I'm going to mention it. When I went to see Lanzarote play at Lanzarote in May, exactly, when it was hotter than it was there today, guess what? Spanish players didn't have a hydration break.
Sorry, Chris, we're talking about football for a minute. I thought we were talking about holidays.
No, we're talking football, mate, and I want you to answer that. No, all joking aside, but they didn't have a hydration break, but we shall move on.
You're like I think in this show, Tom, don't you think, and Jim, Chris is being like a politician. He's using all these diversion tactics. As Jim said, spending a lot of time talking about hydration breaks because it means we haven't got to talk about why he didn't play the orgasm clip. And how Chris feels about our performance.
I'll tell you what, I didn't play the orgasm thing because I forgot about it. But it's been that long since I was able to play the orgasm thing. Even when we beat Blackburn at the end of last season, I wasn't that excited.
I think that performance wasn't warranting of an orgasm. I think it was one of those where you both had a bit of a tumble with each other. You probably got a little bit out of it, but no one was actually getting off on it.
Mind you, I don't know. Wayne was having a bit of a wank break before he came on in the lunch at half time.
Hey, this tells you, Chris. This tells you how bad. This tells you how bad the game is if we're spending all this time talking about hydration breaks and orgasms. I mean,
and cider. And Chris, you forgot to mention allegedly.
I haven't got that much. So if you do sue me, you won't get anything. You won't get anything from me. Wayne, let me stick with you. A couple of yellow cards. Bobby Dick Overeed probably got a yellow card because he was just stood around doing nothing. And Braybrook. A couple of the youngsters in the second half got yellow cards as well. We're saying it's nice to see a bit of fight in them, though.
It is. And one thing, just to go back on the hydration breaks, what age range of players does hydration breaks, does this hot weather affect the most? It's old people like Suter. It's old people like D. Cordova-Reid. If we played the younger kids, we wouldn't need to have a freaking hydration break because the young kids love the movement.
They'd have a sippy cup.
I'm sorry, it's just the way that you carried it on. Right, before I move on, and I'm going to play a couple of videos here, that probably wasn't the best thing to say, but does anybody else want to say anything about the hydration breaks before we move on?
All I want to say is, can we have some more orgasmic football starting from this point, please? We're sort of trading into it. Perhaps we need to get the whips and chains out to make it a bit more established. I don't know, but let's do something to get a bit more kinkier for the next few games. Okay, I'm not, whips and chains aren't compulsory here, by the way, everybody. Each to their own, but Tom, if you want to come on next week wearing a gimp mask, you go for it. Anyway, too far.
Steve has been quite polite about Suter. I expect him to come on the chat swearing his head off about Suter.
Talking to Steve, I've got a couple of videos here. Let's play Steve's first.
1-0 win. Bit iffy at times. We are crying out for a striker, that's for sure. And passing out around the back, we need a ball playing centre back because my heart fell out of my arse a couple of times there. But overall, it's a glorified pre-season friendly, isn't it, for the cup game? So we'll take the win. But yeah, give me a striker, please. A couple of noticeable players out there. Braybrook played pretty well. I've got to say that. JJ, his passing is a bit suspect at times. But I think if you have an actual striker for the passage to go into, I think it'd be better. And yeah, get rid of Steffi because he's absolute dog shit. I'm sick of seeing him and Luke Thomas down that wing. So yeah, overall, can't complain.
Well, we have an extra one as well. Bradley was at the game.
Hi guys, just going to give you a quick 30-40 second summary of the game. It was first competitive fixture of the season. It's kind of what we expected, a bit rusty, a bit of cobwebs being swept off by a few players, and obviously new signings that hadn't been here that long were keen to make an impression. I thought Cullen was good. I thought Braybrook a little bit passive. Him and Alves were a bit passive but fairly solid on the ball. It was good to see Braybrook get a full 90 minutes. I thought Watson looked lively when he came on, gave us a bit of energy. The frailties of last season are still there for everybody to see. The amount of times that Coley nearly cost us a goal, which is ironic considering he's the reason we're into the next round of the Carabao Cup. But look, it's first game, first competitive one, don't read too much into it. Overall, a pretty solid defensive display. And Captain Sutar, hope that stick around because he seems to command the side well. All the best.
Well, I mean, two different people, two different opinions. It's amazing. We can all watch the same game and come out with completely different opinions. But the communication between Salarczyk and the defenders, at times it looked non-existent.
Yeah, it did a little. Well, I don't say it's non-existent. I think Jacob was shouting from what I could see, but there was this trend last year where were his players in front of him trusting him? And were they going into business for themselves a little bit on occasion? And is there some sort of weird sort of power play almost there of mentalities, And, similar to when Okoli got a little bit towards the end, a little bit casual, you kind of think, mate, you can't, no casual in this league. We got casual last year in the Championship. Look how that worked out, right? But we are focusing on the few occasions it didn't go right. I think overall it was okay, but yeah, no, it is a concern, isn't it? I mean, maybe that's something which will naturally go away once McCarthy's back, because we've got to remember he's more experienced at playing that profile of goalkeeping position. Rssell Martin's got a lot of trust in him, and he's very experienced at doing that. So he could end up being probably the best signing of the summer if he comes in and does that for us.
Who thinks that McCarthy will start next week?
If he's fit. We don't know if he's fit, but if he's fit, I think he will.
Still, Archie just is carrying on from last season, is he? He doesn't elicit confidence.
He scares me.
Yeah, his choices sometimes you think, wow.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue with you guys on that one. Jim, looking at the substitutions, and I'm so sorry. I'm really
I know where you're coming from. I wrote that down. Chris is
Carl must have been in for his MOT. He didn't come on. Sorry.
Did you use the car MOT line already?
Probably, and I will use it again during the season. But look, Watson came on for Mavididi, and I think we were all grateful for that. Burns coming on for Alves. Now, I have to say, I thought Alves had a brilliant game today, but he must have been knackered, Jim. I mean, he was everything that good that we seemed to be doing was coming through him. And hey, do you know what? He can do twists and turns. And guess what, Mavididi? He doesn't lose the ball.
No, I think Tom said it during the watch along. It had to be a fitness deal, whether he got a little knocked during the game or he just was, worn out. Either one. I was shocked that he was coming out. As I said in the chat, I was glad Mavididi came out because he was ineffective. And if we're going to see that ineffectiveness, there are kids on that bench that are just dying to get out there and show what they can do. And I had no problem with Watson coming in. I was waiting for Page to come in. He finally did, but I don't think he had enough time on the field to make a difference. But yeah, we were screaming for substitutions as the second half began, just to try to get some more creative play because we just didn't have a lot.
Interesting, because not long after those substitutions were made, probably about 10 minutes after those substitutions, 71.5 minutes, we had a hydration break. Now, let me ask you guys what you think about these hydration breaks.
Love them.
Yeah. 74 minutes, Wayne. Yeah, Jim's had enough. Jim, Wayne, come back, Jim, come back. Should it have been 2-0, Wayne?
Wow, was it? Yeah, Tom did make me laugh. It's not very often you hear about a linesman being on a fag break, is it?
I was surprised he wasn't filming one of his porn movies.
I know. I tell you what,
Allegedly.
but he took the goal really well, though, didn't he?
Yeah.
He really did finish that well because, I mean, when you saw it and the camera was right behind him, yeah, he took it really well. It was what I'm one thing about today, defensively, we're just nowhere near good enough. But I think the signings, we've got loads of options going forward. And, you know, Watson I'm excited about. And even the famous, like, Riley Carr didn't get on. But we've got great things. It's just whether the manager can make connections with those players so they understand the moves they're going to make. But, yeah, it was. But, well, it wasn't, was it? It was offside. So what can you do? But
what gets me, Wayne, and I'll stick with you on this one. This is my rant number 2 coming on here. We've had the hydration rant. We're now having the linesman rant.
I'm sorry, Chris. Chris. You were ranting when the stream first started.
Well, that was
about technology, about StreamYard and technology, mate.
Well, all right. Then this is rant number 5. Then let's call it that, or it could even be rant number 15. I'm not sure, but it's one of them anyway. And I'm just seeing if I've got something to play here, but I haven't anyway. But we can't call them linesmen because they're assistant referees to give them their proper title. But Wayne, what is the fucking point of having them? I mean, I know that the law is now that you know, if a player's offside, you don't flag until the end. That's fine. But that goal directly kept his flag down. He did not put his flag up until after the referee had actually cancelled the goal out. Now, like I said at the time, you've got thank you, Steve. You're a gentleman, sir. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It doesn't show when I have it full screen. It doesn't show up. So thank you, Tom, for always highlighting those. It means I don't know how that works, but thank you very much. So yeah, he didn't give the goal, and then his flag went up once the referee had said no goal. What's the fucking point of putting your flag up then? And like I say, I'm not sure whether Rssell Martin was using his pen as a flag or telling the fourth official where to stick the pen.
I think Tom said, yeah, I think Tom clarified that thing. Is what he's probably saying. You can't ask me, Chris, because when I used to play in a team, I was the world's worst linesman because I always watched the ball. And some key moments of thinking, oh my God, I hope they don't score because I think he was definitely offside. So yeah, but Tom's more good at officiating things like that.
Well, I've got to say, when I was helping out with my son's teams, I think I've said before, everybody disappears when they start asking for linesmen. And you end up doing it, and then they come over and moan. Well, you fucking do it then. But I was the same with you. I was watching the game rather than watching the offsides and everything like that were given purely on the crowd reaction. But Tom, you know, you can't. You know, if you're going to stick your flag up, stick it up. Don't wait for the referee to make his decision and then lick the referee's arse.
Yeah, it was a bit bizarre, wasn't it? But I don't know, really. I mean, it's one of those you look at with VAR and you kind of go, well, would it have been different maybe? Because, you know, he looked offside, but you don't really know, do you? I mean, yeah, so I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say to that, really, Chris. I mean, I kind of think saying something jokey about the linesman in regard that, you know, to be a linesman, you kind of must like getting effed, you know? So maybe that's why we've put him down as a porn star today.
One thing I took from that, though, he finished that very well. Even though it was offside.
He did.
He did. I mean, that's the thing, isn't it, Jim? You're looking at this Cullen. And in fairness, I didn't think he had a particularly good game. But look, it was his first game for us, wasn't it?
It was. And I think as we talked during the post match, I don't think we had a lot of room. We didn't have a lot of creativity. So you had to take advantage of the opportunities, and that was one of them. And he did finish it well. It tells us that he knows what he's doing when he has the opportunity. And he's going to take confidence in it that, okay, so I was off, but at least I could finish it. But yeah, I think he looked good.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to put this to you then, Jim, because I know they just do it in a lot of different sports in America. The referee gave that decision, but the linesman was on the far side, so you could argue he might have had players in between him, whatever. I suggested the other day that we should have 4 linesmen or assistant referees, one for each half. So the linesman on this side of the pitch would have had a clear view of that incident, and he would be able to make the decision.
Yeah, but is that something we really need? That's getting back to, is it that broke? Let's not try to fix it. I'm not sure how convoluted it would end up being with having, a linesman, and I like saying linesman, whether it's assistant referee or not, a linesman in each half of the field. I don't know. I mean, I think I was a little disappointed that he shouldn't have put his flag up. He didn't put it up to start with. The center referee took over his call, then just go. I would just, if I was him, I'd go, okay, but to stick it up, that's just kissing his ass. I'm not sure, to answer your question, if putting referees, assistant referees, linesmen on 2 on each side is going to do anything.
I love
Chris,
the fact that
long term, Chris, there'll be no linesman because there'll be a sensor probably. That's the way computers are going.
Like tennis.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
There'll just be a
works
sensor.
faultlessly.
Yeah, exactly.
At Wimbledon, it worked faultlessly, didn't it?
Well, they were going on. I know what you're saying, and I'm tempted to go down that route, but then that's the VAR show, isn't it? I love the fact that Jim said they're the centre referee. I mean, it's like, how many referees do you have at NFL? I don't know. I'll be finding out in October, but I mean, if they said to me, Wayne, very quickly, we're going to get rid of VAR, but we're going to have 4 linesmen, I think that would work a lot better.
Is that to me, Chris?
Yes.
He didn't like my answer, so he's going to you now.
Well, guys, okay, so reading between the lines, Chris is investing in a company that's pushing 4 linesmen.
There you go.
And this is why the World Cup Infantino stinks. The money filters down to people like Chris on these fan channels to see the green moolah, and they have to push these 4 linesmen. No, we're not having it, Chris. Not at all. Yes.
Thank you.
Come on, Tom. What do you think? Tom? 4 linesmen.
You don't think we should have 4 linesmen? I mean, because look, the idea is that you've got the 2 linesmen, and the referee should run diagonally between the 2 halves that don't have linesmen in. That's within the rules. And I used to have a book with the rules in. That was when it was just that thin. Now, of course, it's like that. But the referee would run between the 2 halves where there's no linesman.
I mean, if you want an accurate game, I think, like we were saying, I think actually no humans, because humans have error, and actually adding more humans doesn't necessarily mean there's going to be less error. The errors can be spread about a bit more. But I also, on that note, I'm the sort of guy that will try not to use a self-service checkout, because I prefer to use a person being employed for a job, right? So you've torn me there, Chris, because, even though we are stupid as human beings, look at this show, for example, with all due respect to all of us, we are, it's human nature, isn't it? I am one to believe in the love of humans. So, yeah, I don't know.
Tom,
what did you just say? What was your answer?
It was a weird, convoluted one to get into philosophy of humanity, Jim, far beyond just Leicester City versus Northampton Town.
I've got visions of Chris at the Bournemouth beach, smoking a joint or something, looking up at stars and coming up with these ideas. Yeah. It's like
Can I have an allegedly now, please?
Allegedly. At the time when you're looking at the stars and you think, in your brain's all twinkly, you're thinking, this is a really, really cool idea.
I'm on Dragon's Den with it next week. I've got to say, Jim, though, 3 hours, 48 minutes and 15 seconds into the watch along, I just lost Tom altogether there. I didn't pick up on any of it.
That's his professorology. He's got that professor in him.
He has. Tom, 80 minutes it took for them to yank DCR off, if you pardon the expression. Yank, I said with a Y.
Yeah, I was going to say, be careful there, mate.
Yes. Page came on a bit late, really. Jim made a very good point. He probably didn't have an awful lot of time to add anything to the game.
Yeah, what's amazing about it is, just taking that back to Bobby Deckled-over-Reed, it's just amazing. We have these arguments sometimes, don't we, about footballers, that if we drop down a level like we have, perhaps all of a sudden, you know, these footballers are going to be better, right? And we still look again at today and look at Bobby and I go, he's no different than last year. Just because we're apparently playing someone who's meant to be of a lesser opposition, it doesn't mean he's magically turned into primetime Messi overnight, does it? And you could argue the same with Mavididi, unfortunately, and also Akoli and Suter, all these guys, right? And I think that's something we really got to take from this in regard to checking ourselves a little bit. We're thinking that this group of players, including Bobby Deckled-over-Reed, might just go and win this league. Gonna have to put more work into that, lads, aren't we? But yeah, I mean, Louis Page for me, it's a bit of a shame for me because I was a bit concerned with the yellow card for Braybrook earlier, right? I think, you know, I'm not against him getting it, but I think I'm a bit pragmatic. I probably would have taken him off for Page earlier. I think it'd be a nice like for like and a good way to compare what both of them were bringing into the similar role, which they both play anyway, right? Because they're in competition with each other.
I've got to say, Steve, maybe I hadn't thought this through fully, but with Tom answering that question, it gave me time to think. What you have is you have another white line going through the penalty spot, the centre spot, and the other penalty spot, and you've got the 4 quarters of the pitch. So that's the quarter that they look after. You see, there's an answer. That's what you would do. That's what you would do. Jim, see, I'd be fine on Dragons Den. Just after that, we had Suter and Akoli cocking it up, and within 2 minutes, Jakub and Akoli cocking it up. I mean, do we not bring Kevin Gray in for the next game?
They're going to have to figure something out because I'll tell you why. That just brought flashbacks of last season to all of us watching that because I thought we would, I don't want to say comfortably, but I thought we were going to win 1-0. But the way that it ended, the way they kept cocking it up left and right, it's almost like they were wanting it. They were wanting to give up a goal. We've got to do something. He's got to shore up the back line without a doubt. If it's putting Gray in there or something, he's got to do it. You can't – I don't think at this point you can chalk it up into, well, I just made one bad decision. I had my head up my ass one play. There was too many of them, especially for Akoli. I mean, Suter had that one early, settled down a bit, but then he joined in the let's cock things up at the end parade. So, yeah, they're going to have to – he's going to have to do something. And who does he have? I mean, we can say if you want to put a striker, a winger, a midfielder, we have a plethora of them. But do we have that central defender?
Sorry, Chris, isn't that the main problem with this a little bit as well? Just to quickly interject there, because it's a good point to do it, is that to play this style of football, with all due respect, you need some really good players because that's why a lot of the top clubs do it, right? How easy is it going to be for us to go out there and bring in 2 ball-playing defenders for this formation? Maybe we might get one on loan from Man City's academy, a good place to start looking, right? But if you want to go out and buy one, Chris, have we got 5 to 10 million quid to spend on a centre-back? I don't. You know, this is what's problematic with me about the thing. And I said this before.
You could use the same argument about getting a striker in.
You could, yeah, but then I think then we're very much in the category now of going, well, we have to make these players better. So the thing I'd hope for today is we got away with it today with Akoli and Suter. And to be fair, look, we're focusing really on 3 or 4 moments where they looked a little bit dicey, especially towards the end. There was other times they were okay, but we need to be a little bit of pressure, a little bit of training on them to make them better at it if we are going to get anywhere this year, because otherwise it'll be an ongoing concern, right?
Yeah. Steve says there, I want to get off this football ride. Speak for yourself, but Steve, it's the only ups and downs I get at the moment. So, you know.
Sorry, is that the Pistol League ride, Chris?
That is the Pistol League guy. Yes, yes. You don't
Do
mean...
you mind if I just say something further?
You don't mean this guy, do you, here, by any chance, Wayne?
Yes, that's the one. Do you mind me just saying something further to Tom and Jim? That it's like Kevin Gray, and so we have got different options. And you know, on my notes is now League Two. We are playing a League Two side. So if our central defenders are getting exposed for, I mean, not just slight weaknesses in the odd momentary lapse of reason and functioning, but I mean, on regular occurrence throughout the game, they look slow, they looked off it, the minds weren't working quick enough. Soutar, particularly the bodies weren't working quick enough to cover ground. And you got someone like Kevin Gray, because as Tom says, we're not going to go out and find somebody like that, a ball-playing central defender, equivalent to like Ben Nelson. I'm sorry, we're going to have to spend some serious money. So we have got options with like Kevin Gray. So why is Aluko coming on at 86
even on the bench today, was he?
And Page, no. Why is Page coming on at 79 minutes? Aluko, 86 minutes.
I was going to say, here we go then, because and I'm, Tom Watson getting a yellow card on the 97th minute and 52 seconds, 8 seconds before the end of the game. I must say though, all credit to Tommy Watson, how well he's done since he stopped being an MP for Labour. Those of you either know or you don't know. Wait, 86 minutes. Aluko came on for Joseph. No, he didn't. Yes, he did, didn't he? I think he went that way round. Yeah. And Chowdhury came on for Cullen. Why Chowdhury? And I said there to Tom at that point, we're settling for 1-0 here, aren't we?
Yeah, I think we are. I think the subs came too late. I liked Aluko when he came on. I thought he looked vibrant. He does attack the space, Aluko. So he's like, look, in football, the reason why people like Barcelona and Liverpool in the past have looked really good is because they look like they pass through teams. And the only way you can pass through teams is if you have teammates who, not like a good marathon runners, the sprint people that can run in space dead quick. And we did lack that today. And I think Aluko came on and he was that dynamic kind of player. And I think Kevin Gray will be that dynamic kind of central defender. So that's why I'm a bit concerned with the signings that Rssell Martin might be too shit scared, having gotten sacked from Rangers, and he's too protective over his reputation and building his brand, that he doesn't play the academy lads who are I'm sorry, if anybody can see a Coley and Soutar today and argue that Kevin Gray should not deserve a chance in that match, I can't see it.
No. Of course, the big question, the big, massive question, which I don't think, the elephant in the room, really, that we can't avoid, why didn't Riley Carr come on? That's what I want to know. And I think we need to raise questions in Parliament about this.
It's an MOT issue. I think it's a conspiracy that goes beyond any of our rational thinking.
Be careful. If he went out there and played well, we'll send him out on loan probably. That's normally the pattern for youngsters playing well at this football club.
That is very true. Right, gentlemen, we're going to round this up now. Performance. I'm going to say I wasn't overly impressed with the performance, but I do think that it was the result was more important than the performance today for the club. And I've given the performance a 5. Tom, whose favourite number is 5.
Well, yeah, it's a mixed bag, isn't it? Because I think once again, individual players, I think there was enough there. We'll talk about man of the match obviously as well. I'm going to go just for a 5 as well, but it's a close between a 4 and a 5 for me. I actually disagree, Chris. I think today, just getting the win isn't actually really the point. I think the level of performance is more important. And I must say, coming out of this game, I'm less inclined to be confident heading into Notts County than I was after last week's friendlies almost. So yeah. There we go. 5.
To me, I think we needed to see a win. Otherwise, I think it could have got very nasty. Gray has kind of agreed with you because he's gone 4. Jim?
I think what you like, Chris, is you like different opinions and you like different numbers. So for that reason, I'm going to say 5. And my reason isn't anything. My reason isn't anything to do with what you and Tom said, although it has a little bit. we did get the victory. So it's more than a 0. But I'll tell you what, I think that it's, somebody said it somewhere in the post-match, it's almost a glorified preseason because we didn't settle in on players. I thought we didn't have chemistry out there with the players. This team needs to start playing together. So I think there was a mishmash of players, blah, blah, blah. Overall, we got the job done. There were some bright spots. We got work to do. 5.
Wayne. I dare you. I dare you. Be different. Go on.
Well, I nearly said 3, to be honest, but I'm going for a 4. Because as Jim said during the match, he says, where was all this pre-season play that we played against La Liga and Serie A sides and everything? And it's like we've kind of regressed back a bit. And I agree with what Jim said. I think there was dysfunctionality and lack of connection between the team. And I just think that goalkeeper and back 2, if that's what the manager's pinning his hopes on, then I'm HMS shitting my pants. I am, to be honest, because that I'm sorry, that back 3 is not good enough. And yeah, I was really disappointed with today, as Armchair Jockey said. I'm disappointed with today. I think, as Jim said, we didn't really turn up today. We did have options. I thought the subs were too slow. And I think his team selection and even squad selection wasn't correct. But what do I know? I'm an armchair critic.
Yeah, aren't we all? Aren't we all? Right, man of the match. Yeah, you probably know where this one's going for me, guys, because there was only one person that he was all over it. He literally was. If this guy gets injured, we could be well stuffed. 2 of them together, Braybrook and Alves, they just feed off each other. But for me, Alves, I mean, he was just everywhere. And he's got that touch where, like I say, he can turn with the ball. He can do, fake, foot overs and all that. But unlike Mavididi, he holds on to the ball. I don't think, personally, there's anybody on that team there that touched him today. And I have gone for Mr. Alves as my man of the match. Tom?
Yeah, it's funny because he didn't play the full 90 minutes or, came off as one of the first names off the pitch. But you also got to take into account, on top of the things you were saying, Chris, he was playing out wide on the right, which is not a natural position for him again. So, the fact that we've looked at him to go and fill in the hole there, which we haven't quite got someone for right now, might be Wes Burns long term, perhaps, yes, of course. But no, I've got to agree. I think Will Alves, for me, was head and shoulders, because the thing I liked about him was he looked like the guy that was going to create an opportunity for at least us or himself or someone around him. But also, he also did the work rate going back as well. The amount of times he came back to help out a right back, that wasn't happening with Mavididi on the left, was it? And I think that's very important. So he set a good standard for everyone else in that team today. So Will Alves, you see this, mate. Thank you very much. Get it around your teammates as well.
Yeah. I know which way Jim's going to go, because he declared his undying love for a Coley in the chat. So I'm guessing you're going for a Coley, Jim.
You read me so well, Chris. That's what I like about you. You read me so well. Will Alves is everything you guys said. He's the playmaker. He's the ball handler. He's the one that can make things happen. I'm a big believer that unless he scores 3 goals and comes out at half, I want to talk about someone who's played a full 90 minutes. So if it was a halftime, I would give it to Will Alves. If he would have played it into the second half, I would have given it to him. So by far, he's the best playmaker. However, there's a player who caught a lot of grief up and down over the years that I thought had a solid game, and that was Luke Thomas. Luke Thomas played well at the back. He played well at midfield. He took corner kicks. He took throw-ins. He made 2 absolutely gorgeous crosses into the box, one of which Bobby DeCover-Reed should have scored. So I like the way he played, and that was on top of having the 2 knuckleheads next to him as center backs. So for a full 90 minutes, I would say Luke Thomas, but definitely we have our star in Will Alves.
No, I agree. I agree totally what you're getting at there. I think for me I think Alves his 60 minutes was worth a lot of players' 90, to be honest with you. But again, I think Thomas. I don't think there's anybody gets the ball in the box as good as him, to be honest with you. And I think it's Tom that was saying maybe have him playing left mid rather than left back. Mr. Wayne, which way are you going to go?
Yeah, Alves, Chris. I don't like in general like to pick somebody different, but it's real. I just love the way he plays. It was always looking to bring other people into the game as well. So Braybrook was the playmaker, which keeps things ticking and everything. But Alves really was trying to get things moving with JJ, with Skip. You can't do that with someone like Skip. That's why the academy players are very good at that sort of play. And I just think if he had one or two other people around him that connected, he would have been far more potent. And that's what I'm hoping. So for me, Rssell Martin's remit as a manager is to understand that, as Tom's been saying, Braybrook is a playmaker. Alves can make things happen and he's so fluid and transitional and he looks after the ball. Rssell Martin's job is to build a team around those two because they are by far outperforming everybody else pre-season. Everybody.
Let me ask you this very quickly, because I'm going to wind it up. But if we play like that against Notts County, but come away with a 1-0 win, again, 3 points, is that more important than the actual performance? Or would you sooner see a 1-1, but with a brilliant performance? Tom, first of all?
No, you're right about the winning side of it because you've got to get back into that habit. But I'll say this right now, there's no way we don't concede against Notts County next week, looking at that.
Jim?
I want the 3 points. No matter what, we've got to build points. After last season, every single victory.
Wayne, what do points make, Wayne? Prizes!
Prizes, yeah. Points make prizes, yeah. Sorry, before my time, Chris, that was. I've heard about it back in the day. Was that the old Scotch tape, wasn't it? That
points or performance, mate?
Yeah, look, purists want performance, but as the guy said, we've got to have points, especially with our frail back line. We cannot lose that first game.
Yeah. Indeed. There we go. Well, look, we've got off to a winning start. Let's hope it continues. It was a bit fraught at times, but we're through to the next round. Who knows? We might get Man United away. But thanks to everybody that's been in the chat. Do all the normal stuff like subscribe, share, hype, and all that. My thank you to Tom for the co-commentary, for Jim and Wayne for joining us at halftime and also post-match as well. We'll see you Monday lunchtime for the review show with Kate. And because we didn't play it earlier for Wayne, I'm going to do it now. Good night, everybody.
Yes! Oh, God. Oh. I'll have what she's having.
That's it for another show. And from all the team at Leicester Till I Die TV, thanks for watching, listening, and getting involved. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you never miss another show. Memberships are also available. Check out the link in the description below. So until next time, Foxes fans, remember, keep the faith. And keep it Leicester till I die.